Good evening, everybody. Nice Saturday, the 26th of December to all of you. And maybe some of you are chilling out. It's the holidays, things that you got for Christmas yesterday. If you're binge watching things or trying to watch, I don't know, anything, just kind of hanging out, or maybe you're actually with friends or family or what have you, the 2020 version of it. Yeah, thanks for being here. If you're watching this in real time, or if you're going to be checking it out later, I'm Mark Sugiyama from, too close. I'm Mark Sugiyama from Eclectic Arts. And again, this is Fun Table number 19. This is the last Fun Table for 2020, at least. And coming up next year, not really sure what's going on with the Fun Tables. I'm just kind of playing it by ear because truthfully, back in the summertime, I thought I was going to be kind of done with these things around right before Thanksgiving. I just figured the holidays was kind of a good time to kind of take a break. Yet here I am, and I've already done some other things during this time, and the interviews will kind of also continue where the schedule allows. And speaking of which, I do have a virtual interview this Monday at 11 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, and that's with a wonderful artist who's based in Greece, the country, and so we're going to be talking to her at 11 a.m. And then the rest of the week is really kind of up in the air. My schedule ended up opening up, so there's some people that have been asking me about doing some interviews. Whether they want to do them right now during the holidays, remains to be seen. I completely understand if they don't or if they can't, and kind of going from there. So, but if you're joining us through Facebook, YouTube, or Twitch, welcome. And if you're not familiar with Fun Table Sessions, this is where we kind of hang out with various artistic and creative people that either I've interviewed or that I know. And tonight we have a first, which is like a couples edition. So we have 4 guests, but we have 2 couples. And then I'm the host because I don't have someone to couple with. But it's going to be all good. So if you're into drinking anything with alcohol in it, great. If not, grab your cocoa or your tea or coffee or whatever floats your boat. We're not particular about things here. And we just kind of, shoot the breeze about things. And this is the last Fun Table, as I mentioned, about 2020. So I'm sure we're going to kind of be reminiscing about this year, the good, the bad. There's been some good things for me, too. I was actually thinking about that before I went live about what's changed, or if I had to pick, I immediately I would knee jerk to I want things the way they were when I could see live concerts and events and things. But then I also thought about, man, there's some things I would have missed out on that happened during this time. So there's some pros and cons to both. Obviously, a lot of cons to what's happened this year, but there's been a few silver linings for sure, and we're going to talk about that. So let's bring in the guests, and let's see. The first 2 guests that I'll bring in that are on one screen are kind of getting some food together to go with their drinks, and they've both done at least one, if not more. They've both done more. Now I think about it's been 2 or more Fun Table sessions. They are both with the Olympic Ballet Theater, and so I'm going to welcome in Rowan and Carlos right now.
Hey,
Hi,
Mark.
Hey, how are you?
Good.
Good to see you again.
Yeah, good seeing you. Is your snack coming along?
This rice cooker, I don't know. I always forget that brown rice takes longer to cook than white rice, so we'll see.
Okay.
It'll be here eventually.
Yeah, it's been a waiting game for the past, 20 minutes?
Yeah. In my brain, it was going to take 15. Evidently, that was not the case.
I guess it'll be ready when it's ready.
Like all things this year.
Yeah, no kidding. And we'll get into that in a second. But I'm glad you're both here, and it'll be fun spending another Fun Table with you.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
All right. And our other couple is folks that I've known for a long time. And one of them has been a part of the Fun Table sessions 5 times, I want to say, off the top of my head. And then her husband's been a part of one back like number 6. And their band was a part of the Alice tour, which Rowan was also part of the Alice tour, which I was so grateful to be a part of myself. So let's welcome back Christy, Anna, and John If I can get that. Oh, yay.
Hello.
Hey.
Hi. How you guys doing?
We're good.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah. We're trying to like our camera keeps going in and out in terms of like focus. So like if we keep doing this or doing this, just please forgive us.
After I have enough alcohol, I won't know what's going on.
Yeah.
It'll be fine. So things are going good down there?
Yeah, not too bad.
Yeah. Not too bad. Yeah.
Very relaxing Christmas. So yeah.
Nice.
Not too much. Yeah.
Cool. Kind of sounds like that's kind of the word of the round fun table today has been relaxing for most people's Christmases and times right now. So that's always good. Yeah. Oh, golly, I keep forgetting to change this thing. I have more capabilities now that StreamYard kind of got their engineers to figure some things out. And so I keep forgetting that I can actually change things where like a month ago I couldn't do any of these kind of things. I couldn't put videos on and I couldn't change banners and stuff. So just geeky things that I'm realizing right now, this kind of stuff. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, so it's all fancy now. That's just probably the most important one though, if I can get
Yes.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, there you go. I'm running out of alcohol, folks. So you gotta tip me.
We can do like a PBS, like we call it donation drive.
Yeah, the like phone drives. We'll be at the phones. We'll take all the calls. It'll be perfect.
That works for me. My cousin actually did one of those actual PBS drive things a long time ago. I remember watching the TV say, "Oh yeah, there's Kelly." Yeah, that's kind of funny.
I feel like I get enough spam calls as it is. Like other people knowing my number, not the end of the world.
Yeah, and I'm one of these people that I haven't changed my phone number. It's been the same one since I had a flip phone. It's so
Yeah.
like, someone can't get a hold of me. I'm not really sure why because my number hasn't changed. So, oh boy. So yeah, 2020.
Mm-hmm. What a year.
Everyone is so excited to like go back to the roaring 20s, but back to 1918.
Yeah. Yeah, I see Gizmos there.
Oh,
Yep.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, that's my cat. I feel like she knows when we're not paying attention, and so now she's like trying to do all the things she's not normally supposed to do. So like earlier she was on our kitchen table like smelling the gingerbread house, and I don't like my cat walking on like a surface I eat out of, so there's that. But now she's back here being distracting. It's all good.
yeah, no, our dogs like were whining to go outside right as we were about to come on. So we're just like, well, hope you don't pee on the carpet.
Yeah, there's a fuzzy blanket, so she's gonna be making biscuits all night.
Nice.
It's a good backdrop.
I know.
Maybe she just wants to be on camera because I think she's appeared almost every time I've talked with you guys.
That's true
Has she
too.
appeared during yours too?
Yeah.
But is that some? Oh, do you guys have some?
Oh, that's us. Sorry.
Oh, no, that's fine. I was just making sure it wasn't me.
Yeah, we're like by the Space Needle now, and so I think we're close enough to downtown that we just get some action.
Wow. Okay. Well, and Ron and Carlos, you kind of showed me the beer that you guys are drinking. It's not in your glasses, I assume. Oh yeah.
Ooh,
it's
barrel aged. Ooh,
that sounds really good.
Yeah.
Why am I so bad at this?
Bourbon barrel quad.
Yeah.
They're drinking that.
It's real strong. It's good, but it's really strong.
The Abyss. Wow. That's a nice label too.
And so that's starting to go down. And John and Christiana, you guys drinking anything? Or
We're just drinking this, just a Sapporo.
And I have a Diet Coke because I drank a shot before this, so I need to pace myself.
Yeah, that's what we were telling Mark too. That's why we started making food. Because this is probably not going to end well if we don't eat.
Yeah.
I think we've each eaten like one small meal.
And a cheeseburger. Like
You had a cheeseburger. I had a regular hamburger. I don't do dairy, but yeah. I'm gonna check on rice. I'll be back.
Okay.
I feel like I've been getting more lactose intolerant as I've been getting older. Like the last week or so,
Like,
I drank more milk than usual, like getting a latte or something.
Yeah.
No bueno.
Hard. It also takes your body like 2 weeks to adjust generally for any like dietary change. So that's fun. But yeah.
But it's also sad when you're like, oh man, I can't even process milk anymore. And
Yeah, we like our dairy too.
oh,
so-
Yeah.
I'm like,
Yeah,
cheese
I've been
board.
pretty much dairy free like my whole life, so it's not bad, but like I have had dairy and so I know what I'm missing, which is really unfortunate.
You can tell your famous Chuck E. Cheese story.
Ugh, no. I don't think anyone needs to hear about me throwing up.
It's the fun table.
Yeah, I never had like pizza before as a child because I like as a baby it was diagnosed with like severe lactose intolerance. And you know, being on medication every day at like 4 years old is not a great way to start your life out. And so yeah, there was just things I had never had. And I got invited to a Chuck E. Cheese birthday party and I was like, what is this that people are eating? And they're like, it's pizza. I'm like, it looks magical. I would like to eat some. And I had, I think like 2 or 3 pieces of pizza, which is like a lot for a 4-year-old. And it didn't go over well. I found out why I had never eaten pizza. It was just like throwing up all through the games of Chuck E. Cheese.
Oh, no.
I ruined the birthday party.
Sounds like a memorable one.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now I eat cheeseless pizza. I've like tried the medication, but it really doesn't work for me. It works in the sense that I don't throw up, but I still get like phlegmy, and then I had really bad like insomnia because my body was just processing the lactose so much later that I was getting the energy at like 4 a.m. and I was like, I'm wide awake. And so I just stopped eating dairy and it's been so much better. But this one's a really bad influence. He's like, you should just try it. Like, just try it. It's good. You'll like it. And I'm like, I don't want to let you down and it does look really good. So I will try it and then I'll regret it in 5 minutes. All right. Food's done. I'll be back.
All right. Oh boy. God, people that were watching this like last week, I've been having this ear problem and I'm still having it. I've been on medication for like 3 weeks now. Actually, now I think about it. So it's getting better. It's just not where it needs to be. But it's weird that I don't realize how much you need both your ears, processing right. Just same thing like with your eyes. If one's not working right, then it gets all messed up. I'm having the same issue with my hearing sometimes. So this one's okay, but this one, it's like I'm in a tunnel. So that's why I keep fidgeting around with my earbud and that kind of thing. But I don't know why I'm explaining that.
Interesting, yeah.
But yeah, it's been an interesting, not only an interesting year, but like an interesting month that things have changed for me and things have been changing consistently. But I think they're changing for the better. We'll find out in January once I start doing some other things to pay the bills. So hopefully that all kind of works out. And but yeah, one thing like I mentioned during the introduction was that for you guys, there might be some things that kind of actually worked out in 2020 that maybe wouldn't have happened had things not gone the way they went, either being virtual or just, like in my case, I wouldn't be doing this. Mm-hmm. I wouldn't have been on the Alice tour because they would have been on a physical tour in clubs. I would be going to shows locally and all that kind of normal stuff. But because that happened, I got to talk to people for, lengthy periods of time that I don't think I'd ever have access to. Because I was saying to somebody else, no, I would never have 30 minutes to do an in-person interview with an artist. That's extremely rare. It'd be more like 10 or 15. So the fact that sometimes I've been able to sit with somebody for 2 hours and talk with them, that's been a silver lining for me. But I don't know if you guys can think of anything that, was kind of worked out during this time just because of how weird it was.
I think for us, we've actually decided to, since we have been working from home for the majority of the year, we were thinking about, well, if we were going to have this downtime anyways, how about we actually think about moving somewhere else, or at least, attempting to live somewhere for a little bit to see if that fits us. So next month, we're deciding to stay in New York for a few weeks. to see how that works out for us. Yeah.
Check out the art scene and the food over there, and just kind of like a little bit of a change of scenery, even though we're going to be quarantining for most of that period of time.
Right.
And it's like super cold, the snow on the ground, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Are you thinking of like Manhattan or?
Oh, we are going to be in Brooklyn. So like a couple.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, a couple miles south of like Williamsburg, I believe. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, it's funny because like Rowan and I have been talking about let's move to New York, let's do it, and we're like we're gonna do it this year too. We talked about it, and then like COVID happened.
Oh yeah. Well, then we'll know you both over there whenever we meet up over there. Sorry, Mark, we're not gonna be around.
You can come to New York too, Mark.
Yeah, that's okay. Last I heard, somebody wants me to come tour in South Africa with one of the artists.
Whoa.
I don't know if they've been serious about it, but both the manager and the band have been bugging me about I should go on tour with them once they actually get to tour Europe again. So I have no idea what my future holds.
That's really
That'd be
cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd be down for a tour one of these times. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, initially I thought they were kind of joking, and then it's gotten, I don't want to say more serious, but they're like, no, I think it would be fun to have you around to document what goes on and help out and all that kind of stuff. I'm like, oh shit, I guess I'll have to think about it. We'll see when they're not to that point. Everything's booked for like April, but we'll see if they actually get the tour or not. So
Yeah.
hopefully they do.
Right, South Africa.
That'd be so cool.
Yeah.
I've always wanted to go to Africa. I've always wanted to go to a lot of places, so there's that. But Africa would be awesome.
I think our resolution for last year was like, let's travel more. And I think we jinxed the entire year.
Same.
Well, I mean, who could have known what was going to happen?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, I saw something that came up from whatever show I was at last December, and then when like, oh yeah, I was at that, and that means I would have been doing this on New Year's Eve, and then even some stuff in early 2020 was still going on, in January and February.
Yeah.
And then it's just so weird though. It looks like something that happened 10 years ago. some picture, and I was like, no, that was like 10 months ago. That happened.
Yeah, I feel like January was still pretty regular, but I don't remember what I was doing in January.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's crazy because we only thought it was going to last a few weeks, and then 10 months.
Oh.
Yeah. It just kept going and going and going. Yeah.
And it's supposed to, and aren't the vaccines going to roll out kind of to the general public in like June or July? I mean, I know it's going to be some period of time, but I don't even know I can't predict it.
I don't know. Yeah, they're not cleared through the FDA for people under the age of 16 too. So like I have a baby sister, and my mom, or not baby, she's 14, but I have 4 siblings, and so she's the youngest of them, so she's my baby sister. But yeah, my mom didn't even know that like my little sister wouldn't be eligible for the vaccine. So I don't know, like, even with the vaccine, how quickly things will shift, like I think it'll still take time, even once it reaches like the general public.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. It's going to be a while.
Yeah, that's one of the things that was kind of interesting with the place that I used to be working at, is that it's all a long-term care facility. So they've got high-risk people. Every one of them's high risk that lives there. And so all of the health information comes to them really, really quick. And so, and unfortunately, they have 3 residents that tested positive. And so for them, that's like wildfire, because that's, again, that's the horrible thing. So they're in complete, every little thing they can do, trying to make sure that it doesn't spread. But at the same time, they're talking about, at least for them, being the facility that they are, their vaccine from, they're going to begin the Pfizer one, I believe, starts at the beginning of January, because of the type of place that they are. But they've also said the exact same thing about, like, so for your family members and other people that in your circle, you might be getting it somewhere in April, May, and then for that to actually kind of take hold amongst everybody else, it's going to take some more time. And they still don't know if, any kind of other kind of residual side effects that might happen once it's like massively out there. So it's like, on the one hand, I could have gotten the vaccine had I stayed there, but on the other hand, it's like, I couldn't stay at that place. My hat's off to all those workers that are there, and they're getting like hazard pay now and all this other kind of stuff. But every resident can't go to the dining room; they're all stuck in their apartments. That means they can put all their food trays out in the hallway. That means people like me would have to go by and pick those up.
Yeah,
that's extra work, and it's just it's different. Like if you go to a grocery store where there's a wide variety of ages versus where it's like a concentrated age where every single one's high risk. It's like I don't want to be responsible for getting somebody potentially positive or possibly sick or dead. So it's like I remember one of my coworkers was saying, just in general, not because of COVID, but saying, Mark, have you ever dealt with a dead body? And I said, no. I mean, on a personal level, I've seen someone pass, but I've never actually touched one or anything. Said, well, that'll probably change here. And that's not. I looked at him because it happens. People they have systems, and people are like 98 years old, so they may not wake up the next morning. And so I'm like, why would that affect me? And he's like, well, they might need you to help move them. And I'm like, oh yeah, I don't think I'm okay with this. Again, my hat's off to anyone that does that kind of thing. That guy's been there 6 years, so he's been fighting the good fight or whatever you want. I'm like, yeah, you can keep doing that. I gotta find something else that I'm gonna be okay with. And luckily I did, so that's why I'm here now. Let alone doing any kind of graveyard stuff. That I thought I could handle a graveyard shift. No. I learned the hard way, trying to flip my body schedule around, and then especially like on days off. Well, yeah, I mean, you're supposed to sleep until like midnight, and then you get up. What are you doing for the next 6 hours, 8 hours?
Yeah.
Unless you're like an introvert who loves to play video games all day long, then, and I'm not. So it's like, yeah, this is almost like not having a day off. Then it's all messed up. So, and then that same guy was telling me, I said, so how long did it take you to get a good sleep schedule? And he said, Mark, I'm still not on one.
Yeah.
So, okay, there's another reason for me to find something else.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like working overnight shifts for for retail threw my whole sleep schedule off for years. And I'm still recovering years after.
Oh no. It's just like a constant state of exhaustion, huh?
Yeah.
I do think though, having to isolate all the residents too, that's got to be so hard on them specifically, because I know that there's been some research done that just being in a community and being around people helps kind of extend your lifespan as opposed to being so isolated. And that's one of the biggest draws of retirement communities and retirement homes and hospice care and stuff like that, is you're around both people who can care for you, and you create this little source of community, and you kind of have something to live for and someone to see every day as well. And so I can only imagine how hard that is on the residents as well as all the workers. And I'm curious curious in a bad way, if that would have any correlation as to life expectancy, that's got to be just one other thing on top of the pile.
Yeah, no, I think you're absolutely right, because even when I was there, before they had these cases break out there, they were still to a point where they would not let any visitors visit with the residents. So if a family member came, they had to do the window thing. So they had to come down to the lobby, families outside the window, grandma's right here kind of a thing. And it was heartbreaking to watch.
Yeah.
Because you see how much they don't want to be doing that. They want to go through this door, go outside, or have the family come in and be together. Eventually, they got a COVID little area that they were doing so that the family could come in. But I think it was only they were allowing two visitors. So if you had mom, dad, and grandkids or whatever, you had to pick who comes in first, and then they go out and the other ones come in. And I was already gone by that point. But and then when these cases all broke, they said, okay, that's all off. Yeah, unfortunately, you're gonna have to stay in your apartments or your cottages, and we have to bring things to you. And we're all saying, yeah, that interaction is huge for that population. Even I was brand new, and some of them wanted to talk to me. They just want to talk to somebody and interact. Oh, you're the new guy. They can tell they haven't seen me before, so they're curious about it. And looking at my name tag and all this kind of stuff. And then, as most people know, if you start talking to me, sometimes I won't shut up. So I would stop working for a while and just keep talking to those guys. But yeah, it's there's lots of extra effects that people don't think about. Versus somebody that's younger that maybe you can put up with. Okay, you got to stay in your home for 14 days or whatever it is. When you're that age, it has all kinds of other repercussions.
Yeah. No, it's interesting. Like you were saying that when somebody asked you about seeing someone die or like experiencing that, when I applied to a retirement home, I had just moved to Washington and I was looking for a job as a server. And I found this place at a retirement home. They're like, yeah, it's great. You get to like really get to know these people. But at some point, like you do see them pass away. Like, and it's like so sad.
It's really hard. Yeah, I worked for a coffee shop for a long time that like it was primarily an older community that came in. Like it wasn't part of a retirement center, but most of our clientele was like 80 and above. And yeah, it was hard, especially like the little wakes they would have like in the coffee shop. Like it was nice to have like a place to do that, but at the same time, like you see those people every day and you get so attached, you know?
Oh,
Yeah.
Adopted grandparents.
No.
Yeah, I can only but yeah, again, I got a chance to see some of that, and then yeah, my just every respect I have for those folks that are still in there doing that, not just that facility, all the other ones, and obviously the the frontline workers and people that have been dealing with this since February and March. Like good grief,
Yeah.
that's just ridiculous. But yeah, this year is so strange because even like yesterday, I didn't know what day it was, which has happened pretty much this entire time. I know it was Christmas, but I didn't know what day of the week it was because I thought today was Friday. And I'm like, no, today's Saturday, Mark. And that means you have your fun table, and that also means your interview's on Monday. So when I was making my link for Monday, I put Tuesday because I was all messed up on the dates, and then I changed that. And I'm like, so now I have to like, if I feel like my brain's like that, I just don't do any work. I don't do it until I feel like I have my faculties back. And it's okay, maybe I should start doing this now because I'm going to make some sort of really ridiculous mistake that normally I wouldn't make. But it's been bad like the last couple weeks. I'm surprised anybody else hired me. I don't know how I did it either.
December is the senioritis month in general. Everyone just doesn't care. I'm working, I guess. Whatever.
I feel like today feels like a Monday.
Yeah.
It like definitely doesn't feel like a Saturday.
Yeah, just because like Christmas was on yesterday.
Friday.
Yeah. Christmas Eve on Thursday, so it doesn't really feel like a weekend.
When I was like watching the news and the weather report, and it was, I think Thursday is New Year's Day. I don't really know. I should probably look at a calendar. But I was like, how? How is it so soon? I thought we had like a whole nother week, but no.
Yeah, let's see if I can. Well, maybe I shouldn't try to attempt this, but Christmas is Thursday, so New Year's Day will be Friday. So New Year's Eve is Thursday night. Yeah.
I was like, that seems too early. Like, how is the year
already over?
Done.
Yeah.
This is wrong, but okay. Like, I'm just really suspicious of it. Like, it doesn't seem right.
So what are people doing, speaking of that, on New Year's Eve? Are people just hanging out at their home? Or has anyone actually got any kind of plan?
One of my coworkers just messaged me and was like, what are you doing New Year's Eve? And I was like, I don't know. I feel like we talked about this last time I was on this, where like this year I've just collectively thought that like all holidays were canceled. And so whenever people ask me my plans, I'm like, what do you mean? Like, nothing, obviously. Like, it doesn't exist. There is no New Year's Eve. It's not happening.
Yeah. I was hoping to go back home to San Francisco, but with like my EMT course being delayed with my last exams. And then I just read an article, I think it was in the Times, about a patient who had a cardiac arrest and was like COVID positive, and then somebody else did CPR and then they got positive from that. So I'm just like, I don't even know if I want to travel anymore. And
because I was on a plane, right?
It was on a plane.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, wow.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, I know. Like, we're pretty nervous about flying out next Saturday is when we're going to be flying out. And, we have to get the COVID test, I think, before, like, 3 days before, within the 3 days.
Right.
And, figure out.
And then a few days after we land. But,
yeah.
And, I think we planned this trip in the summer.
Yeah, we planned it way back in, like, I don't know, August or something, because we're like,
back when things were hopeful.
Yeah.
We're much more optimistic then.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Yeah. So yeah, we're definitely a little bit wary about the safety and protocols and things like that. But even I was talking to one of my friends and he was saying, they have like these HEPA filters in the airplane cabin that, does kill 99.9% of viruses. And it's lots of like, details where it's like, maybe, yeah, and I guess if you do sit next to somebody who is COVID positive, there's still like, it's a 3% chance of getting it. I don't know where these numbers came from. They just came from my friends. So like, don't quote me on it. But yeah, as long as you have your mask on and stuff. But knowing myself, I feel like I have very terrible luck, and I would be part of 100%.
I mean, even when we went to San Francisco in September, we got seated with random people.
Yeah, it was weird. You were only supposed to be seated with your family member, and no one else was supposed to be sat in your row. And then, strangely enough, instead of like sitting every other row, it was like first class sits up there, and then the rest of the peasants are going to be in row 20 through 30, and you're going to be all squashed together. So if you get it, like,
no,
it was so strange. And then like, I sat down, Carlos and I weren't seated together, and I was like, okay, well, that's fine. Like, I'm sure I'll just be seated alone. But then, like, someone else came and sat next to him, or no, you had a seat open still, but someone came and sat next to me, and I looked at him, and I was like, excuse me? Like, is this your seat? Like, are you supposed to be sitting here? And then the flight attendant came by, and she was like, are you two in the same family? And I was like, no, I don't know this guy. Like, this is the first time I've seen him. And she was like, oh, well, sir, like, do you want to move? Does she want to move? And he had an empty seat next to him. And so, like, luckily, I just got to sit next to him. But it was, like, a really awkward 10 minutes of just, like, why is this stranger less than 6 feet from me? Like, I have been conditioned for the last, 6 months that people should not be this close. And now I'm just, like I was on the window, just like, Carlos, there's a stranger next to me, like, texting him before the plane takes off.
Even during like Christmas shopping, we went to Bellevue Mall, and it was.
I was like, if we get COVID, this is where we're getting it. I like made sure I wore my mask that was like triple layered, and I had like a double layer filter in there. But the first day, I wore like a commercially made mask, and so it's more of just like a barrier mask. And we ended up having to exchange something, and so we went back the next day, and I was like, I'm gonna be prepared. And that's when I went like heavy duty mask, because I was like, this is where we die, like this is the end.
I think we only went to one place before Christmas. Which
we just went to Michael's, and we were like picking up art supplies or whatnot, little gifts for like the nieces and nephews and stuff. And it was the longest line. I was like, what? It was the longest line I've ever seen in Michael's, even during like a time when you
could go out.
Yeah. And it just, I never had seen that kind of line before. I guess then again, we did go like really the day before Christmas Eve, right?
No, it was on Monday.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, still.
Yeah.
I was like, well, everybody's getting paint supply.
Are you guys in Seattle right now?
We live in Renton. Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
I was going to say there is this like at-home testing thing you can do if you prefer to do it that way and are having a hard time scheduling a test. It's called the Greater Seattle Coronavirus Assessment Network. So if you Google it, you should Google Scan Washington for like Seattle Coronavirus Assessment Network. I don't know if it'll work in Renton. I imagine maybe if you're still part of King County.
Yeah, we're still a part of King County.
Yeah. Thank you.
And it's like a same day kind of thing. Someone will drop off the kit at your house, and then you just have to like do a at-home nasal swab so it doesn't go nearly as far back, which is nice. And then like follow all the instructions, pack it, and someone comes and picks it up. And you're opting into a study for the University of Washington. So there's like a survey that goes with it, but it's been really nice to have like a at-home testing option, and just another alternative too, because we've had a really hard time finding like available openings going someplace to get tested. Plus it's nice to just like not have to leave the apartment and be able to get tested. But I will say with that one, they do tend to run out of test kits usually around noon, so you have a better chance of getting a kit if you're in a qualifying area if you do it like before 10 a.m.
Okay.
Well, that's a really
This is
useful
this is
information,
really, really helpful. Thank you so much.
Yeah, they actually they do pick it up that same day. Like,
Yeah, and we've got our test results usually in less than 48 hours both times, so that's really nice.
Very cool.
Cool.
Yeah, we took our tests in the Renton drive-through. There's like a drive-through testing station here. And when we did it, it was really quick. It was like 10 minutes, but that was like
Yeah.
September.
September,
something,
yeah.
I feel like most of the time it's just waiting in the car.
Yeah,
It is, yeah.
But a friend of ours took the test a few weeks ago, and
He said it.
3 to 4 hours. Just
Ugh.
Oh my god.
everyone trying to go back home.
yeah, exactly. Just like stuck in line.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, because one of his coworkers thought they had possibly been with a group of people where someone tested positive, and so thought they had been exposed. And so we're like, oh, we should really get tested. Also, because we generally try and get tested, like, I feel like we've gotten tested like 6 or 7 times now. So I feel like it's almost like a once a month thing. But
I still tear up.
yeah, he doesn't like it. It's fine. But in his defense, like, I can't breathe out of the left side of my nose. I collapse my nasal passage most of the way. And so I only really get like one full swab, and he gets the whole test. And so I definitely get it easier. But I feel like he's like uncomfortable for like an hour.
Oh no.
Oh.
Wow.
Poor man.
Hi, Captain Blackwood. I wanted to just let them talk before I said hello to you. So happy holidays to you down in Las Vegas. Hopefully things are good down there and relaxing. I've done the test 3 times, and this is interesting information about this at-home thing. So that's really, I'm not in King County though, so I have to look for some home, counterpart. But when I've done it, I've actually gone through Rite Aid because I can do it online, and they've always had tests and slots available, and just go through the drive-thru.
Oh wow!
Get the kit, you go do the swab, and then you go back into the drive-thru, dump it off, and yeah, it takes about 48 hours. I get the results back.
That's
sometimes,
cool. That's cool.
Yeah, sometimes it's been because work required it because of where I used to be. That if I had symptoms, then there was no ifs, ands, or buts, but you had to go get a test, and then sometimes you had to get one the very next week because after 7 days, it's only good for the time you got tested. Something could have developed after that, and you got to do it again, and all this kind of stuff. So it's like, Jesus Christ, how many times do I have to go? But yeah, it's definitely better now, obviously, than it was, April or May when everybody wanted it, and you can get a hold of something somewhere. It seems like, but yeah, and I have the same issue that when I swab, either I feel the need to sneeze, or I start to tear up a little bit because of where the swab is in my nose. This is my body reacting to it. So
I also had a nose piercing for a little bit, so I don't know, like maybe that's part of it, is I'm just like used to it. But yeah, we just found out too, there's a company called Curative, and they have 3 different like self-testing locations in Seattle. So that's kind of cool. You like go in and it's an oral swab instead in like a little like cubicle pod thing. And yeah, there's one at Seattle Center, which is like a 6-minute walk for us. And so we're like, oh, maybe we'll try and do that in the future. I feel like an oral swab would be a lot more pleasant.
Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah. I feel like part of our test too is we've donated blood twice during this. So we've had 2 like blood tests that were just like inherent. Of course, they're going to test for COVID. So
yeah,
if you feel like donating blood and also want to know if you are COVID negative, that's a great way to do it.
that old 2 birds with 1 stone thing.
Yeah, helping out the public and helping yourself.
Yeah, I didn't have too much trouble with the swab, maybe because there's just an empty space in my head.
Yeah, I've had to have it like done a couple of times because I was going in and working on like on set for like commercial shoot, and so like they wanted to have us do this COVID test just to see if it comes back negative, comes back negative or not, which they did. And so really it was just trying to be careful, staying 6 feet apart from everybody on set, not breathing down like the camera guy's like neck or something, and just like always hand sanitizing and stuff. So so what's funny, like kind of unrelated, is like, so last year my brother gave us these 23andMe test kits, and they've just been sitting there on our like living room like coffee table because we were kind of lazy, the beginning of this year, like to even like do them. And then once COVID hit, we were like, yeah, I don't know if they're accepting people spit right now. So they've just been sitting there for the whole year.
Yeah. Being a little considerate.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've been supposed to get like a retainer for I think since June, and yeah, I'm like I haven't done that yet. I just keep wearing like the last like aligners or whatever because I'm like I feel like they were open for a little bit, like the clinics to walk in and get like a retainer, and then they were closed again because it's not actually like through a dentist. It's like one of those at-home ones. But yeah. So I feel I've been putting it off for a while. I'm like, I just feel like people shouldn't be in my mouth right now.
Yeah.
For their safety, for my safety. Like, we'll just wait.
Yeah, and Christiana and Carlos. I don't know if you know this, but so Christiana does film stuff, and then Carlos, I know you did theater, and you've done some film related stuff too. So you have that in common.
Yeah, I was actually gonna like make a joke when you were talking about breathing on like the director's back. Like, hopefully Tom Cruise won't yell at you. Because like apparently I don't know if it was like last week or the week before, something happened on some set and he just went off because people were not following COVID protocols.
Yep.
Oh.
Yeah, I heard
Oh my gosh, that situation really blew up. I'm not going to name any names, but I think they posted a picture of like a behind the scenes photo right on Facebook or something, and then I think it was a bunch of people without their masks over their noses, and like they were all really tight in one tight space, and it was definitely questionable. Yeah, I don't know if it was the same situation that you saw, but. Yeah, that was.
I only heard about it, but it's always interesting though because like my agents will send me like audition stuff, and they're like, if you're not comfortable going on set, like let us know, we'll take you off. Like, so it's interesting. Sorry, it's an interesting time right now. Like with all these protocols, I'm like, who's safe, who's not safe.
Yeah.
So yeah.
No, it's great to like meet you. I mean, online. I was going to say in person, but that's not actually true.
It's the closest thing.
Face to face, technically.
I mean, I feel bad for people who are doing like online dating and they go on their online date. Like that must be an interesting experience.
I feel like you would call this your wash, just like no.
Oh man, I don't even know how that works.
Yeah,
I've never done the online dating thing. I don't know. I feel like I'm not good enough with technology to do it. Plus, I'm fun, so there's that.
Because like, what do you end up judging? Like, what else do you end up judging on those first dates? Right? It's like, oh, what do they have in their backgrounds? Like, is their hair combed? Like, what are?
Never add 10 pounds. I swear.
Is that a real background or is that a green screen? Like,
he's not really in Fiji.
Make each other stand up. Are you wearing pants or not?
Right.
I mean, some people could really go for that, though. You never know.
Slowly get up.
Had a little spiciness.
That hasn't even crossed my mind because I'd be one of those persons that could do that kind of thing. But it's like, why would I? Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. I'm perfectly fine waiting. No pants Zoom party. Yeah, there you go, Captain Blackwood.
So we're all wearing skirts or kilts or just no pants? Blanket?
Dealer's choice, yeah.
Yeah, I heard about that Tom Cruise thing that Carlos is talking about, and then someone did put like some sort of still. I don't know if that was actually from the set or whatever, but it made sense because it was on Mission Impossible 7, and he's the executive producer of one of them, so he's got money invested in this thing. And supposedly his tirade was about that we're the gold standard, and that other Hollywood films follow us. So if we can do this right, then we can get it into the theaters, and things go back to normal. But if we keep fucking around like you guys are doing and not following protocol, then we're going to screw everybody. It means you won't have a job, I won't have a job, we can't do anything. So yeah, and I think it happened twice, is what I heard. So some of them got dismissed from the crew when they apparently didn't listen to him and just kept doing what they were doing. So partially he's right. I mean, again, who knows how bad it was, but and this is his point. I think was if the reports are right, his point was well taken.
Yeah. I agree with that.
I think the mask not over the nose is like my biggest pet peeve right now. It bugs me so much. I'm like, just 1 inch. That's all I want. Even if it's just like the tip of your nose, like just please.
There are a lot of pet peeves. I think going grocery shopping or just being out. I've seen people like lift off their mask to cough, and I'm like, all right, I'm just out of here. I'm just gonna.
My least favorite is when like people are trying to order something and they take their mask off, or like even ask an employee a question. They take their mask off so they're like louder and can be heard better. But I'm like, the person didn't ask you to repeat yourself. Like, you're fine.
Yeah.
Like, it's okay. Obviously, they heard you because they're stopped and listened, and now you're taking. Why? Why? I don't get it. It makes me so mad.
Wow.
Or like take the mask off to talk on the phone. I'm like, just call that person back later. It's not that important.
Yeah, I was telling Rowan, there's so many instances at work just because we've been doing a lot of to-go orders, so we get a lot of delivery drivers, and like every single shift, I have to tell 2 or 3 people, like, hey, put your mask back on because like we're indoors.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. I was working over the summer and I was hosting, I guess, I don't know. I was floating, but I was seating people for a bar and we had mainly patio seating. And people would come up to me and not be wearing a mask. And I'd be like, oh, can you put your mask on, please? And they're like, oh, well, we're outdoors. I'm like, that's lovely, but like, you're not 6 feet from me. You're not 6 feet from them. Like, we are outdoors, but you're not at your table. Like, it's going to take you 30 seconds for this whole conversation. So if you could just 30 seconds of inconvenience. That's all I'm asking for. Please.
Yeah. I always have a anxiety, even pushing back. So if somebody's like, could you please put on your mask or, I always wear my mask, but if you, could do something like move over, this feet away or doing this, it's like, yeah, sure. Why not? I have a hard time even arguing about that, it gives me a lot of internal anxiety.
So are you saying that you have even more trouble understanding why people wouldn't even do that?
Yeah. Yeah. It's it's supposed to be a collective, it's a team effort, there's no I in team.
Yeah.
What I think is crazy right now is all this outdoor dining where now that it's wintertime, people have built structures. I'm like, that's inside. It's indoor dining. Are there 4 walls? It's inside. You're inside.
Another inside. Yeah. Yeah, I get it.
It's one thing if it's one person or one party in the thing, but we went to a cafe the other day and the tables were 6 feet apart. Maybe the tables were, but the chairs definitely were not. And so, I was like, that's. But I guess if you're willing to do that, then you're probably not that worried. So I guess that's fine. You've consciously made a choice to not be concerned about it. And so fine. But it's indoor dining. It's indoor dining in a parking lot. It is. Yep. I'm part of a Washington bartenders group on Facebook, and I swear every single day there's people asking what bar is doing outdoor heated, covered, walled patio dining. I'm like, why? It's Christmas. Stay inside. You don't need to be at a bar right now. It's fine.
Just buy your alcohol. It's cheaper.
What is the most outdoor experience that you
this is a great time for you to learn how to make your own cocktails. It's more expensive for you to be at a bar anyway. Nobody has money, just make your own. Do an at-home bar. It's fine. I don't know. I'm done ranting.
Awesome.
Are you done? No.
we understand?
Oh, yes.
Yeah. Sorry. We're going to put dishes away. We'll be right back.
Well, I thought the exact same thing. As soon as people start doing tents in the summer, it's well, that's fine for now, but eventually there's going to be more walls, then the heat's going to come. And just like what Rowan said, it's just there's no difference between this then. But yeah, I think the people that at least that I've seen that are sitting in there, they don't they don't give a shit. They just want to sit and have a meal and think and whatever. And for me, I haven't done that the entire time. I haven't been anywhere for that kind of thing. It's like I don't need to. If other people decide to do that, we've done pickup, of course. That's happened for sure. But I've had some friends, hey, Mark, I haven't seen you in a long time, especially during the holidays. Like this time right now between Christmas and New Year's, I've had some people text me and say, we should get together for a beer. I'm like, where? Where? I mean, like either in a parking lot and I'm 6 feet from you and it's fucking outside. It's like, yeah, let's just maybe connect this way or something else. Or I can call you on the phone or whatever.
That's how I feel about like the New Year's Eve plans. It's like, but why? Like, why do we need to make plans? It just seems pointless.
Well, and the thing that got me a little frustrated is that one of my friends didn't understand why I was saying that. Like, why can't we still get together for lunch right now? I'm like, because I'm moderate risk and because we shouldn't be doing these kind of things right now for the greater good. And she's kind of like, but why?
But like, I love working at restaurants. I was working at 3 before all of this started, and it was great. Like, of course, I would love to go back to like dining, and it's awesome that like some people have been able to keep their jobs and that it's working for them. And like several restaurants have gone bankrupt and are able to stay open. I would not say a lot, but like, I think in that respect, it's amazing, and I'm happy people are supporting them. But at the same time, I'm like, it would just be lovely if there was just more government support and we didn't have to do this.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like, of course, I would love to go back to work, but I also don't think it's essential because they're a grocery store. Frozen pizza exists. You don't need real pizza.
I was actually very curious about this, about how many people have actually learned how to cook throughout this whole thing. Yeah. Or if, it's, frozen pizza all the way.
It's interesting though, right? Because like we have all these tools, like you have YouTube, you could just learn anything on YouTube.
Right? Yeah.
I feel like some of his friends keep posting like quarantine kitchen, and oh my god, like they should just open a restaurant. It looks gorgeous. And we're over here like, yeah, I made rice and like a microwave meal. Like, I mean, we've actually cooked sometimes as well, but not anything like exciting and new.
Yeah.
I think we should definitely, it's something we've talked about, but it never happens. And now there's no excuse, but it still hasn't happened.
Although I just got my book from San Francisco, which is like a whole culinary course. So I'm like, okay, we're probably gonna learn how to do some things.
That sounds like a New Year's plan.
Yeah.
New resolution: cook exciting food.
Well, and at least you're doing something at home, or you're thinking about, eventually we're going to do something. Some people don't think about that at all. And Captain Blackwood, going out for a beer a few times, I completely understand, especially like if you're younger and you're healthy and you're just being smart about it, not doing it like every fucking night kind of a thing. Or doing it with a big group of 20 people. Yeah, no, I get there's a line there, that you can kind of try to work around. I know just personally for myself, I can't do that because I am a higher risk and I'm older and all that kind of stuff. But for other people, I understand that it's a little different for them. And hi, Tony, good to see you. Again, thank you very much for the Christmas card. I was not expecting that, and the nice note that you sent me. So happy holidays to you and your family over in Pittsburgh. So yeah, maybe we'll meet your Steelers in the Super Bowl. I don't think so. I don't think the Seahawks will get but your Steelers might if they can beat the Chiefs. So, but yeah, thanks for stopping by, and thank you again for the card. I really appreciate it.
Oh,
see, there's something. Captain Blackwood and Tony, came from the Alice streams, and I would never have met them had I not been a part of that. So I've got 2 new friends. I consider them friends. So. It's been really good in that sense. And we were talking about at the very beginning, like what's been the silver lining, like, and I know there's not, maybe not a lot of them, but at least for me, there's been a few things that have happened that wouldn't have happened prior. I wouldn't have known who these people were, or how any of the stuff worked, or spending even 7 hours with the soap girls interviewing them, which has been awesome. We talked about that. So I would never get even an hour in person to interview. Well, Mark, we just bring you on tour, and I was like, oh, really?
Are you serious about that?
Yeah.
That's awesome. 7 hours? Like, that's cool.
They seem super cool. I was stalking some of your posts a little bit. Internet stalking. Yay. Oh no.
Oh no. Oh no. Yeah.
I think they got disconnected.
Yeah. Wow. That's crazy.
Detected it right before though. So that was a cool interview. Yeah. Yeah, I think we definitely. I think the highlight of one of the highlights of 2020 definitely has been like being a part of the Alice tour and like being part of the fun table sessions and meeting people. You know, like kind of you've brought a lot of people together, so that's been really nice.
Well, thanks you. And again, thank all four of you for being a part of this kind of thing. And I've been getting some really great compliments from some of the guests that I've had recently offline, some directors and some of the people I've talked to. And I don't say that egotistically. I just say, wow, it just makes me feel really good that whatever I did, the one director in Australia said, Mark, as soon as my next film's ready, you're the first person I want to talk to promote it. And so I'm like, oh, that's so nice of you to say. It just kind of humbles me that much more about some of the things and some of the people I brought together. And Christy, I just thought about that because Chai Ling said the same thing about when I did the fun table with you and Leah and her. She's like, thank you for trying to bring people together in such a fucked up time or whatever she worded to me. She's like, I don't know how you even have the energy to try to bring people together during this time, but she thought it was really cool that I was trying. And I said, it's just fun for me. And if people wanted to do it, that's why I kept doing it. So, but again, I have to thank Alice. Without them, none of this happens at all. And I've said it many, many times. And so I'm just eternally grateful that they just decided to, well, one, do that written interview that Tosh did with me. And that's when she was answering my questions. And that's when she messaged me through Facebook and was like, Mark, I have this idea. What do you think about this? And that was on, back on May 9th. And I was just like, I don't know. Yeah, are you serious? You actually really want me to do some sort of virtual interview stuff? And I didn't know how this stuff worked. And I started overthinking it and getting all kind of stressed out about the whole proposition. And then I asked her a gazillion questions and she answered every question. And then she said, why don't we just go on to FaceTime and we can talk with the band at the same time and we can kind of see, if this is going to work for you or not. And as soon as I saw Sasha and I saw Steve and they're all waving to me from Steve's house in the kitchen because they were getting their whole place set up, all that stuff went away. It was just like, these are the people that I liked 3 years ago. This is why I liked them. And what the fuck's wrong with you? Say yes again, and then say, what do I need to do? What do I start with? And that's kind of where it went from. But she easily could have just answered the written interview and just kind of left it to that, and then they just go off and do their virtual stuff. But she didn't. And as John and Christiana found out, when she thinks about something, she won't sit on it. She'll just come out and ask you, like, hey, what about having you guys do a set during one of our shows? She won't sit there and wait for like a month and it's like, well, I wonder if I should have Paper Nova. No, if she wants to do it, she'll just float it out there. And that's something I kind of learned from her for sure. Don't wait. If there's something that you're interested, ask them.
Yeah.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. It's great advice to go for. Yeah. I definitely need some of that right now. Just a lot of this. I should do something.
It's hard.
It's extremely difficult.
It's hard. Yeah.
And actually, at the beginning of the quarantine time, like around April, I was like, oh, I'll do like a weekly thing with my friends, right? Let's just do our video chats then. And I think we did 2.
Yeah.
And then the last time I talked to them was 2 weeks ago. So like everyone still misses each other and all that, but everyone can really get into their own zone. So it's hard to kind of reach out to other people. Even if we know that no one else is doing anything, we still don't want to like intrude. It's like, you busy? No. Yeah. Our beagles.
Sometimes too, like the fact that everybody's doing nothing can kind of be like a little bit difficult. Like I'll ask my friend what time works best and they're like, oh, well, whenever. And then they're like, what time works best for you? And I'm like, any day. And then it doesn't get decided because there's like so many possibilities, like, the fact that there's so many options is daunting. I'm used to like, I have from 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. free and that's it. Like, this is what I have for you.
Yeah, I kind of like having like a schedule. Oh, sorry, Mark.
Go ahead, Carlos.
That's what I was gonna say. I kind of like having a schedule. That way, like.
Yeah, it's hard to like motivate yourself and to schedule things when like everything's
so
uncertain and there's no routine and like so much free time. Like every day, I feel like I go to bed and I have like a little talk with myself in my head. I'm like, I'm gonna do this tomorrow and this tomorrow, and like I'm finally gonna do this thing because there's no excuses. And then I sleep in because There's no reason to wake up.
Have a shower before I like call you. Like, let me look presentable. And
It's great when you like do have something to do, because then it's like, yeah, like I showered, I put makeup on, like this is a new Christmas sweater, like I'm feeling good about myself.
You're totally right. Like I have woken up for like the last few days. I've gotten a chance to kind of like relax a little bit and like you kind of have some more REM sleep, and I'm like dreaming, and I wake up and I'm like, oh, oh, okay.
The things I told myself I was going to do about that.
No, it's very true, because even like for me, again, that first part of the Alice tour, I knew I had something to do. It got me at a certain time. I had details I had to figure out. I need to take a shower. I need to kind of get myself, presentable, because people are going to be watching me. Even if it's only 5 people or whatever it is, still someone's watching me. But it gave me a purpose. And when I lost that, it's like, okay, so yeah, why am I getting up today at 8 or 9? Or so I can sleep till noon. Who gives a shit? It doesn't matter. I don't have anything on my agenda. and it does feel a little weird to be able to ask people like, hey, so what are you doing on, I don't know, let's say New Year's Eve? It's like, well, I'm not doing anything. I'm at home. So okay, what are you doing? I'm not doing anything. And it's like, and like Captain Black would say the same thing, is that there's that kind of that hesitation of like, do I message somebody? Do I not? So everyone's kind of in the same boat. So it's like all bets are off at this point, and they've been off for a while. But if this was a year ago and I said, hey, so are you doing anything like the day after Christmas? Most people probably would be, or maybe they're traveling or whatever. It's like, no, for the most part, they're just kind of back doing exactly what you're doing. And if they're not, they will be soon. So there's pluses and minuses to that for sure. It does feel a little weird at times.
Yeah, I was doing PT for like the first, I think April through September. I was pretty consistent, going like twice a week. But it was really funny because I got laid off in March, and then I wasn't called back to work until the end of August. But like during that time, every time you go to schedule an appointment, they're like, what day works best for you? And I'm like, what do you have open? And they're like, do you want to schedule something? Or like I had a follow-up appointment for like dermatology. I got a fun rash because of masks. But anyway, and they're like, well, like 2 months from now, like, do you know what you're going to be doing? Or not 2 months. It was like a month because I was on antibiotics. But anyway, they're like, do you know what day is going to work best for you? And I was like, probably any day. Like, tell me what you have free. It's going to be fine. If not, like, I'll call you and we'll reschedule it. But honestly, like, it's going to be okay. Like, I'm not worried. Just schedule me. It's going to be okay.
Well, that's like one of the places that wanted to do a job interview for me. They said, so Mark, will 8:30 work for you? I can, oh no. do you have anything later? And they said, well, we could do 11. So that's perfect. 11 is perfect for me. That's completely just because of my fucked up sleep schedule. And
yeah, I feel like
if I don't have to get up, I'm not going to.
Yeah, every job like I've applied to in the last couple of weeks, I keep putting like, I'm available after 10, because it's like, well, if I don't have to wake up that early, like,
yep,
interview me and ask me to work really early, and then maybe I'll come in. But like, if we're asking preferred hours, preferably human to human contact after 10. Like, I don't want to see a stranger before then. I don't. I am most productive after 10. That's ideally when you would want me. If I'm at work before then, I'll be there, but just know I'm functioning at like a 60% capacity. Like, bare minimum, I'm there. I'm probably not advertising myself well for future employers. Please take me.
I'll work any hour you give me.
I need a job. Now, like, I used to work at a coffee shop, and I would have to wake up at like 6, and I would get there at 8, which is great. That wasn't even the opening shift. Like, I was the relief. But even that, it was like that first hour, I was like, hi, welcome in. What can I get you? Not like, oh my gosh, it's good to see you again. Like, I know what you want. I've already got it working. We're good. It was more of like, yes, you're here. I acknowledge you. What can I do?
I feel you. It's like my brain is just not working like until I've slammed a few cups of coffee. And I don't know, or maybe it's just you have to hit a certain time of the day, right? You hit a certain time of the day and it's like, okay, all right, my circadian rhythm or whatever is like happening now. Like it can be normal.
The food I've eaten has finally kicked in. Like, hello. My body is convinced that we are awake now and not subtly still asleep somehow.
Well, that's like I can speak only from the interviews, not job interview, but the virtual interviews. That the ones I've done with the soap girls, they're in South Africa, so the time zone difference is 10 hours. So for things out, and they do 5 live streams a week. So I got to keep that in mind. And so I've always told them, hey, I don't mind getting up early. I'll get up and so the first one I got up. Well, I didn't get up. I was ready to do it at 8 a.m. here our time, which is not that early. But then the next one was 7 a.m. because we pushed the clocks back an hour. And then this last one this week was 6 a.m. And I told this story. I'll tell it really quickly. Is that because I was coming off those graveyard shifts, my alarm clock was set to PM, not AM.
Oh no!
So some part of me, just my body, kind of woke me up and said, "Doesn't it feel like maybe you should be up now?" And I looked at my clock, and it was already after 5. Which was not horrible, but I had set my alarm for 4:30, so I can kind of slowly get up, take a shower, all that kind of stuff, because I'm not a morning person. And it just turns out, though, they actually had the wrong time too. They thought it was going to be 5 p.m. their time, not 4 p.m. So we were both fucked up. Both of us
worked out.
Yeah, but we came together and it worked out for like an hour and 45 minutes, which is actually short for us. But I was just like, these morning things, and they zinged me good a couple times back in November's interview, where I'm just kind of just smiling because my brain wasn't enough to even realize that they just fucking zinged me. And until I watched it later, it's like, man, they just said a bunch of shit about me, which is kind of they're saying it in fun kind of a thing. But I'm like, man, normally I would not let that pass. I would just zing it back at them. But yeah, they completely just zing me. I'm just kind of sitting there like an idiot while I'm because I'm not awake.
Isn't that crazy? Like you were saying, like you forgot the alarm part, and then like your body just knew to wake up. It's always insane when your body does that.
Yep.
Like,
yeah. And
sorry.
I'm just so glad that actually woke me up then. Like I told them, it could have woke me up at 8. I could have missed everything. And then I would have woke up to a bunch of messages. Mark, what happened? Where are you? We're ready for you. That kind of thing. And I was like, I would have been mortified because I pride myself on being ready for these things. And I would have beat myself up the entire day about, God, what a fucking idiot you are. And what the hell? I wouldn't have let it go. So thankfully, it worked out. Yeah, you're right. Just that body clock was still in that motion. Like, you should be probably getting up about now for something.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's so good though. I feel like every once in a while I'll luck out and I'll like go to sleep and I tell myself as I'm falling asleep, like, you need to wake up early. And I just repeat it as I'm like falling asleep. And then I'll wake up like slightly before my alarm, which is so amazing because there have been so many times when I've slept through my alarm, but I'm like, mentally, if I tell myself, usually it works. And that's like, it baffles me. It's so amazing. I'm like, how does my body know what time it is? I don't know. Yeah, we like slept through our alarm coming back from New York, which was a fun time.
Oh, yeah.
It was like, we need to be at the airport in 40 minutes, but to get to the airport, it's going to take us an hour. So,
yeah, we had been so sleep deprived for the past,
I think like the time difference, and then we were staying up late. Like the fact that bars are open till like 4 a.m. in New York was a little bit of a shocker to our systems, since like Washington, it's 2 if you're lucky. I feel like most bars close around midnight, but then like if you're going to like something that's primarily a bar, like a club and bar, like a concert hall / bar, those are obviously open later, but like most restaurants and bars close at like midnight. So yeah, we were like up till like 4 a.m. with the East Coast like time difference, and yeah, that was fun. And we were at an Airbnb, but like luckily our flight was early enough that even though we missed it, we still were able to like check out on time. But yeah, I remember one time I went to Japan for like almost 2 weeks, my senior year of high school, and it's a 16-hour time difference. And coming back, I just ended up not sleeping for 3 days because my body was like, I don't know what to do. And it was like my senior year of high school. I had studied Japanese for a couple years, and I was really thankful to be like gifted the trip to go to Japan with my class as a graduation gift from a family member, which is amazing. I'm like, that's the most amazing gift I've ever been given. But yeah, it was my senior year of high school, and so we went like over spring break, and so I had to come back and like take finals too, and I just was like, I don't know how I graduated. Like I did not sleep for 3 days, and then you come back and take finals, and it was just like
oh my gosh,
it was an exciting time to be alive.
That's pretty
That's
cool.
the biggest time difference I've ever done. I've always wanted to go to like Australia
Ooh, yeah.
or something. I feel like that's the only bigger time gap is like Australia or maybe like Madagascar. I don't think any farther away.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's like you lose a whole day. I mean, I lost a day going to Japan, but I lived the same day twice coming back, so it's like, yeah, like I made up for it.
Oh wow! Like one of the places that we definitely want to visit after everything kind of lifts and opens back up again is Japan again. So we were lucky to go, not last
2018.
2008,
19.
19, yeah, last year in April for a couple of weeks, and that was really fun. Like, I mean, the food is great, the sites are great, you know, everything, all the art, you know, and everything. It was amazing, and I would definitely want to go back. We have some friends who actually want to go and live there at some point in time, so I think they're like studying Japanese also, and like just trying to figure out how to get over there.
That's awesome.
It's like a nice excuse to go to Japan too.
Yeah.
a long flight too, so it's nice to like have. I mean, Japan's so overwhelming. I feel like you could go for like a month and still like not remember anything because it's just like this weird, like blurred fever dream of amazing things.
Yeah.
But like, yeah, I feel like seeing friends too is a really good excuse to like brave the 13 to 15 hour flight, depending on how you're doing it.
Definitely.
Ugh, the like airplane smell when you get off the airplane. I was like, I smell like other people and my skin feels grimy. Like I just want to shower. Like I don't even want to eat. I don't want to see anyone. I just need a shower. That's all I want.
I know exactly what you mean. I hate that feeling of like I just not my shell.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like I just feel like gross.
Oh yeah. We're gonna take these in the meantime.
Charles.
I don't know if you guys are drinking. You guys are drinking. Yeah, we just need to refresh. Cheers.
Here.
So what is the shot of?
Oh, it's a shot of Tito's.
Yeah.
Yeah, Tito's vodka. Yeah. So we're not paid to.
Do they make anything else? Is it just vodka?
It's just vodka.
I don't know, but we've been buying the bottles with the little knit sweater on.
I know.
Them. So cute.
And we have the one from like I think last year also. So it's like we're collecting these little sweaters for our fits of vodka.
It's a jolly alcoholic,
Yeah.
so.
Yeah. Cheers to you.
I was trying to think of like how you could repurpose it. I feel like if you had like a legless chihuahua, maybe. You just got front arms. That's it.
Oh.
I don't know what else they would be good for. Like bottles, legless chihuahua.
Maybe a cat.
A legless cat. Don't worry, Gizmo, you're okay. You can have your Tito's is gluten-free vodka, potato vodka.
Yeah.
Yeah. We have consumed a lot of vodka this year. It's kind of embarrassing how I mean, like I think that a lot of people have probably kind of developed this more alcoholism.
Actually,
and then, saying that kind of seriously and kind of like, well, we kind of joke around about it too, but there's like a lot of stuff going on, right? Like, especially this year, like with like mental health and all that too, just because we're unable to like really go outside and like people have regular routines that they usually follow, which is like whether they're exercising, going to the gym, seeing shows, all these different things, like working, right? And like having just a routine to follow has been, is generally something that people like kind of like want to lean into, but it's hard this year, Yeah.
Yeah. It's been
I was saying last time, I think this is the first time in my life that I haven't had like a routine since I was probably like 3. My mom ran like my mom is a teacher, and so she had a preschool when I was a kid, and so I'd always go to school with her, and then I went to her preschool, and then like kindergarten through high school, and I normally would always do something over the summer. My family was really active, like camping for a long time because I grew up in Washington, and then I joined Girl Scouts, and so I did Girl Scout camp over the summer for a long time. And we both dance professionally too, and so they're like ballet intensives that you go to. I didn't start going to one until I was like 16, but normally that's like 6 to 9 weeks. And so half the time I would leave school early to like go to those. But I did that like all through high school. And then after graduating high school, I was working like 3 jobs and going to community college like over full time. I was taking like 28 credits, and you're supposed to take like 12 to 18. And then went straight into like a private university for a little bit. Ended up dropping out, but it is what it is. And then like have always been working at least like 2 to 4 jobs. And so this is the first time in my life that I've had like time. And I was like, what is a hobby? Like, what is free time? I don't know what to do with myself. Like,
yeah, I mean,
my day's not scheduled, and I don't understand. Like,
like, do you?
I have autonomy over it. Like, what?
Yeah. On the one hand, it's kind of like, oh, I have like time to kind of do stuff, but at the same time, it's kind of you feel kind of guilty not being productive in your original way. You know, I definitely
feel guilty like every day. I'm like, I haven't done anything. Like, I have to like quantify what I've done that day to like feel slightly better about it. But I keep trying to remind myself like taking time off is good. Like, you're catching up on sleep. You're getting to pursue like other interests, whatever that might be. Haven't figured them out yet, but we'll get there. Like, I'm toying with the idea of going back to school, so that's exciting. But yeah, I was like, I don't know about this like free time thing. Like, am I gonna become a napper? Like, what should I do?
If you become a napper, I mean, if that's what you want to do, it's all the world, your stage, you know, like, do what you want.
I wish. I am not good at sleeping, but I wish.
Yeah, I mean, especially, you know, given the circumstances because I do think about, you know, people not being able to work, or people just going through a really tough time, like medical issues or whatnot. I'm just like, you know, whatever is going to help improve your frame of mind and like your life right now, you know, even if it's like, oh, you know, let me pick up I don't know, cross stitching, like little thing, you know.
Yeah.
I like
myself embroidery.
You know? Yeah, because I definitely on a like, I actually quit my job last week. So I quit my job last week because I was so stressed out from working that I was just angry every single day. So I decided to quit it. And then like, and I know that was a privilege to have that job at that point in time too. But at the same time, I was like, I can't, like, I'm losing sleep, and I'm like, just, you know, like just drinking a lot and whatever all the time, every day. And so I decided to quit. And so now I'm like, okay, what do I do? Wait, what is this like? What is this free time? Yeah. Also, like,
It's so hard. I think that's so much about, or such a big part of like being an adult though, is like being able to recognize like what is a smart decision for you, and like not feeling guilty that you're making a choice that's going to be healthy. Yeah. Like for me, obviously it's like having a day off is something that's healthy. Like, you don't have to do everything every day. And like, for you to be able to quit your job and recognize that, like, even though like you are in a great place to be able to have a job, like that's not a good, healthy space for you. I think that's super important. It takes a lot of time to like get to that point. So I think that's great.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
This guy been on suffering through all of
helps, right? I know Carlos is like, you don't have to do something every day. Like, it's okay. Yeah, but like he's been working and doing school, and so he's like a really great source of motivation for me, but I also have to like draw the line for myself, you know?
Totally.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I've gotten a couple people who've reached out on like Indeed for my resume, but it's like companies where it really would not be a good fit. It's something that I either like don't have the means to like get there, so it wouldn't be accessible, or it's something that I don't have the experience in, nor would I want to grow in that area. And like turning down jobs when I'm like really, really searching for a job is really hard. You know, I'm like, maybe I should just do it. But it's like, well, it would take me an hour and 40 minutes to commute there. And then it's not something that I know how to do or would want to do, or like would be a good fit for me with my skill base and like what I'm seeking for myself in life. So yeah.
So
It sucks.
I think it's really great though that you can recognize, like, if the job, if you feel like the job is not right for you, then it's not right for you, because there's just so, like, because it took me a while to like realize that as well. It's like, oh, like whatever job comes my way, I'm gonna take it. I'm just gonna take it. I'm just gonna take it. And then you kind of get burned out on it, or it's like you feel like you've lost growth. Like as you're doing it, it's like, oh, I could have spent my time doing this other thing and then grown a little bit more, doing this other thing. So, but again, I recognize there's like a lot of like privileges and that kind of thing there too.
Yeah, I feel like, Mark, you were on the same boat with like realizing that job was not like a healthy fit for you.
I have probably like a laundry list of 12 jobs healthy for me in the last 2.5 years, and my family can attest to that. I got to a point where life does become too short, as cliche as that is, and sometimes I started realizing, like, what do I really get joy out of? And I get joy out of doing this. I get joy out of doing eclectic art stuff, media things. But at the same time, I realize there's bills to pay and there's things that have to happen. So there's got to be some sort of balance in there. And I've been trying to find that balance. So, the jobs I used to have, career jobs, whatever you want to call them, were killing me. I mean, I would come home tired. I would be on call 24/7 sometimes at one particular job, which will remain nameless. And my hat's off to anyone that's found that job that they love and that they look forward to doing. I'm looking forward to doing things that will check off boxes and then allow me to do something else. That's where I'm at in my point in my life at this point. And if I find one that isn't cutting the mustard or meeting those or checking off those boxes, then I move on to the next one. That's really what's happened. Yeah. And so like here I am with another set. I'll be back working with kids in the mornings. I won't say where because I don't want to incriminate myself. And then I'll be doing a night job, just cleaning a local office building, just to kind of help get the money up. And that still gives me time to do this, to pursue other things. Now, once we get back to live events, if that's in 2022 or end of 2021, who knows? Things are probably going to have to shift again with that night piece, because that's when all the stuff happens, obviously. So I can't be, I can't come cover that show from 6 to 9 because I'm going to be cleaning the toilet. I need to figure something out. But for right now, I know at least until summer, this is fine. Those things are not coming back the way I think I want them to. So, and if I find out by doing them that one or both aren't meeting my needs and doing what I hope that they do, then I start looking for something else. And I can even say this right now to everybody out there that I've got another interview on Tuesday, and I never stop looking if I'm not completely happy with what I have. So this other one has a lot of other things to it because it's remote, it's full time, it's full benefits, it's all that kind of stuff. So I'm not going to be stupid and say no to that. I'm going to wait until maybe an offer comes, and then I can maybe say no to that or say yes to it. Who knows? But there are opportunities out there during this crazy ass time. But you're right. You got to if your gut kind of tells you that I don't think I even want to pursue this, don't do it. I can tell you from being 50 years old, don't pursue it. Wait for the next one. And if it starts kind of clicking with you and you start thinking about it, then maybe, you at least go through the motions and see if you want to pursue it once they actually make an offer to you. And if nothing else, it's really good fucking practice to interview with people. I can tell you that from experience.
Yeah, I feel like it's always been difficult being a creative person trying to find jobs just because like things are so unexpected. You never know if you have a performance, if you have a show, and things change constantly.
That's why like the restaurant industry was so nice because they're open from 6 a.m. to 2 a.m. And so like if I have a rehearsal that crops out of nowhere, I could probably swap shifts with someone and it works out. Or like if I need to take a week off, there's probably 20 other employees trying to pick up shifts that week. And so having that gone, I think is both really frustrating, but it's nice as like an impetus for change. Like I've been in restaurants for the last 6 years and Carlos was in customer service
for like 10 years.
And then in restaurants for like the last 2-3 years. Yeah. And so I think, at least for myself, I keep trying to tell myself like it's really important to try and reinvent yourself like every 5 years or so. And so I think this has been a really good opportunity for me to try and find something, even though I haven't been successful yet, but like find something that is a new skill set for me and something that can only help me to grow, even if that's something that I don't want to do forever. And I think that's been like the biggest change that I've been trying to like program into my brain, because at least with school, it's like, well, what do you want to do as a career? Like, what do you want to do for your life? What do you want to study? And I keep trying to be like more forgiving in the sense of like, if I want to do something and just want to do it for a short period of time and then realize it's not for me, like, that's fine. It's okay. And so I keep trying to like be more forgiving when I'm presented with opportunities. Like, it sounds great right now, and if it doesn't work out, that's fine. Like, I did it for a little bit and that's great. But I think it's also helped like open my eyes to like be more like open and accepting with opportunities that come my way, and be more like apt to say yes, you know? Because I don't know like what each opportunity is going to bring my way. I feel like the older I get, the more I realize that the world is very small. It's huge, but it's very small. And you'll always meet someone who knows something else that'll interest you more, like somewhere, you know, like everybody's got something going for them. They all have side lives. We've all got other interests. There's always like another opportunity that comes from an opportunity that you're currently into. And so that's been really exciting to like figure that out.
Totally. Yeah.
Very insightful.
Yeah. I never, because like I'm 35 now, and, you know, I quit my job and I'm unemployed now. And I actually did the same thing back when I was 30. I quit my job because of like immense stress. I'm just not really good with stress. And toxic. So it was really toxic environment. And so I quit also then. And I was like, well, I didn't think I was going to be 30 and unemployed, you know, and now 35. I didn't think I was going to be 35 and unemployed. Like, probably it's going to happen again when I turn 40, 45, 50. You know, like, it's going to keep on going until I figure out, you know, until I whittle it down to something, to a place where I'm actually happy with the career that I have, you know, that I've carved out. Whether it's easy or difficult to get there, just as long as we just, you know, wake up the next day and keep going, keep growing and keep going. Yeah.
Yeah, I just turned like 25 this year, and I was like, I'm going to be an adult by 25. Like, my life's going to be figured out, because that's what they tell you at like 16, you know, like you'll be graduated from like a 4-year university. You'll be like 3 years into your career by now. You'll finally be up for promotion. I'm like, I did not take a conventional route at all. Like, I'm not looking for a conventional life. Like, a lot of my friends are like married and have kids, and that's great. Like, that works for them. That's what they wanted. But it's really hard when you like grow up in a conventional system and you are not seeking conventional, to try and like reprogram your brain from a conventional place to something that actually works for you, you know? Like, just because I'm 25 doesn't mean that I have to have my shit together. Like, it's okay.
Right.
But an interesting year to like turn 25 during, you know, I feel like 25 is just like moot for me now. We'll try again at 26.
At least you're not turning 21 right now.
That's true. Or like 18, like excited for adulthood, and then it's like, well, I guess I'm living with my parents. Like, anyone who graduated during 2020, I'm like, I'm sorry, like, that's a sucky 20, or like a sucky senior year, or even like a sucky graduation for like college, you know, like opportunities are so hit or miss. Like, to be hopeful and that young is, I think, something that's going to be hard to come by in a year, you know?
But let me say a quick hi to Bessie over in Greece, who said morning about 15 minutes ago. So hi, Bessie. Hopefully,
sorry.
Good. No, it's fine. A good holiday over there in Greece, and obviously you've been turned on to the Soap Girls. I assume by what I've been posting. I'm not sure, but I know you're a big fan now, so that's awesome. But and you know, to what Rowan was saying, I thought, when I turned 25, I had my career job, so that means I'm going to stay with this. And then when I turned, I don't know, 30 something, and then that switched, and then it switched again. And again, here I am 50, and I don't know how many times I've switched things. And I'm still not necessarily happy with things. It's like what Christiana was saying, is that I've been telling people when I do interviews, I'm trying to find this puzzle piece. And it might be a time thing. It might be just, you know, all these other kind of things that I have responsibility-wise to make sure that they all get fulfilled. But it's very true, because I'm not lying to them. It's, I am trying to, maybe you'll fit here for 4 hours, and then I can do this for whatever, and I can do this, and I can still not live under a bridge. Then, you know, that's great. But if I can't find it, or if it's like just god awful, or the people, or whatever else is going on with that position, I'm not. I would just tough it out. I would just stay there till way too long, and then I realized through various jobs, like, no, you can find something else. And here's another huge tip for anybody out there: make sure you have really great references.
That's true. I think that makes such a difference.
My references have been put through the ringer because of me, and I feel so bad. And I always contact them and say, I'm so sorry that you're going to be getting a call probably from this one. Like, and they always say, Mark, I have no problem talking to them about how positive. But some of these people, I worked with them, more than 5 years ago. And they're like, Mark, don't you have new references? And I'm like, you're the people I trust. So I know you'll say good things about me, and I'll buy you a beer when all this shit's over, or buy you dinner, whatever it is. But yeah, I've been so lucky that I've got 4 really rock solid references that anytime somebody calls them, bam, they get ready. Just like if it was a job for them, that's how they treat it. And I'm so thankful to them, because if I didn't have them, some of these positions would not be making any kind of offers. And I know that for a fact. So I'm sure, especially one of my, I've known him since like 2001. I know he's itching to say, Mark, what the fuck? What the fuck's going on with you? But he's too nice of a guy to say it. Until I see him in person, that I know it's going to come out. But then I can explain, what my goal's been and why I keep changing jobs and all this kind of stuff. But
3 beers in, I swear it's okay.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I used to be so hung up on like somehow I was doing a bad job, that if I left something and if I didn't stay there for the old college try and all that kind of stuff, and then I kind of realized no one gives a shit. Someone else is going to take that job, and you're going to move on to something else. And hopefully you find what you want, because if you don't, someone else is going to take it. So you got to find what's best for you. And then hopefully, like Christiane said, hopefully you do find something and it's not going to be perfect, but hopefully it's got enough, again, boxes that are checked, that it works for you, and you can be happy, and you can actually look forward to some aspect of your day.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, if you wake up and you're like, oh, God, I don't want to do this today, that's a huge sign.
It was definitely one of those moments where, like, I always have told myself, if you're maybe 50-50, like 50% it's okay, 50% it's not okay. Like, it's, you can just stick it out and just kind of like bring in the paycheck or whatever. But then once it starts to dip into like 30% bad, 30% good, 20% good, and then it's like 80% bad. It's like, oh, it needs to.
You're like, I'm getting paid well, but I hate my life.
Yeah.
Yep.
I did that for a couple years.
Yeah. Oh gosh, yeah.
I'm only laughing because Christiana knows this kind of the place that I used to work at, that you did some work for them as well, who I won't name. I got to a point where I was just getting really passive aggressive. Not my team, but the powers that be above them. It's like I just didn't agree with him. I didn't agree with him with anything he said, anything he did. He called me out in a meeting with he and my other supervisor, and I just stood my ground completely with him. Said, this is why I believe this. I said, this is the background that I have, being an educator for over 20 years, and I completely disagree with what you're doing, what you're wanting me to do, and I refuse to do it. So when it came time for him to let me go, it was not a surprise. But I also felt pretty good about it, because I did not cave to his whims. That's the way I look at it, because he was completely dead wrong. And I'll go to the grave thinking that, because I have the experience to back it up. If I didn't know any better, like if he wanted me to do something brand new, I would just go along with it, because I don't know anything. But in this case, I actually know more than you know for once. So I'm not going to do what you want. I'm going to explain why. I'll give you a background on why I don't want to do these things. But that's just interesting. Why did this just show up? Oh, weird. Okay. It showed that John and Christiana are trying to join the stream again. Oh, now they just froze.
Yeah, they're frozen on our end.
Okay, let's see what happens. Okay, there we go.
I mean, our Wi-Fi went out for a second.
Oh,
Sure, yeah,
our
like,
Wi-Fi went out.
yeah, everybody's screen went black, and then I was like, oh, that's us.
Yeah, that's what happened to us, like 45 minutes ago. Do you guys have Xfinity? Because
Yes, we do.
We thought getting Xfinity was going to change everything.
fucking Xfinity. Carlos was like, maybe we need a new router. My modem is probably 6 years old, and I don't even know how old the router is, but I was like, no, it's Xfinity. Like,
Oh yeah,
it's
definitely.
fine, it's Xfinity.
We're right next to our router too, so yeah.
Yeah, like ours was maybe 4 feet away, maybe
Even less, yeah.
Oh,
probably 3. I don't know. There's a distance ahead of me. It's behind our computer.
It was weird, John and Christy, because when you were here, I saw that a guest was trying to come on, so then I went to answer it, and then you guys froze. So then I was like, oh, okay, now I get it. But initially, there's both of you. You're still here, and then I saw a guest. It's like there's like 2 of them. It's like the
counterfeit ones.
Yeah, it's like the bizarro world of
yeah.
Yeah. But sorry.
Yeah.
You were saying though.
Yeah, you were in the middle of like talking about, kind of standing your ground, and then people not respecting your experience, and I completely relate.
Yeah, and you and I have kind of messaged privately about that, about some of the things you were dealing with, and yeah, it's had that been the mark of like 2001 to 2010, I probably would have just took it. So okay, again, I was in his office with my next superior and myself, and I felt so bad for my superior because I could tell she didn't agree with what he was saying, but she just got promoted to that position, so she's got to kind of go along with what he says and nod her head and all this kind of stuff. And I think she was really kind of surprised to see me flare up so much because I'm pretty laid back. I'm a pretty laid back guy, but for me to get upset about something and really kind of go like this, he got an earful from me, and that's why I knew the writing was on the wall. At some point he's going to be, I'm tired of this guy because he keeps pushing back on me. It's like, I'm pushing back on you because you're wrong. And it's very rare that I say that I'm right, you're wrong, because a lot of times there's some gray area there. Actually, most times there's gray area there. But in this particular case, what you're doing is completely against what I believe in from an educational background, from working with different populations. And, if you can convince me that your way is right, then maybe I'll at least consider it. But I know you're flat out wrong here. Flat out. If you start talking to me about special needs kids or at-risk kids that I have umpteen years of experience with, it's going to be a hard time for me to flip my mind around when you say, well, Mark, why don't you do this with that class? And I'll be like, you're fucking insane. That is not going to work.
I hear what you're saying, but no. You're wrong.
And it actually got to that point where I was cussing at him. So I'm surprised he didn't fire me then. He hung in there for about a year with me.
Wow.
Whoa.
Wow. That's
He probably believed what you were saying, but was in a position that like he couldn't technically agree with you, if that makes sense. Like there are definitely times where like new ideas or new ways of doing things had like been implemented in my workplace, and I've been like, this is idiotic, it's not going to work, this is like X, Y, and Z why it's not going to work, we've tried similar things before, like I don't know why we're doing this, but it was like above their heads and corporate and like all of that fun things where I was like, why is my manager pushing this? But then it's like, well, that's their job, and so like maybe they believed in what you were saying, but it was kind of one of those situations where like that was their last resort and they had to try it this way because people were like, well, why didn't you?
I completely understand what you're saying, because I actually worked with somebody like that where one of my bosses was implementing some changes in terms of our hours, like when we could arrive to work and when we had to leave. And I understood that was coming from above him. So he's just the messenger. In this particular case, this guy's one of the higher people in that entire place. So this was coming from him, and he's just wrong.
You're stupid.
Had he approached me in a professional way where we're talking to each other like adults, I probably would have given him more slack and would have listened to him more. But he was basically attacking me at that point, and I've got nothing left to do but to come out of my corner and attack him. It was really kind of bad. And again, I felt so bad for the supervisor that was there. And I can also say, though, that supervisor is one of my best references that I just talked about 10 minutes ago, because I think she learned a lot by seeing how I was, not only with the team, but also in those kind of situations that sometimes, right is right. And you have to stand up for yourself. Otherwise, someone's just going to shit all over you, and you're going to be doing something that even morally, is wrong. I can't live with myself doing that kind of thing. I just can't. So I had to retire myself from that situation, or he retired me from that situation. But the other ones, and since then, I've actually removed myself from something where I was like, you guys are doing some really shady things, and I just can't be a part of this. So whether you think bad of me or not, so be it. I'm just going to move on to the next thing, just like you're going to move on to the next thing. But it's unfortunate because at Christiana, you're actually there when all that shit was going on for that year.
Yeah.
I just never told you.
Yeah.
I wanted to be professional. It's like, hey, you've got an opportunity. It's great that you're here. You're doing what you're doing. But, in terms of the issue I had with he and I, that's between he and I. That's not between you or anybody else that was on the staff. I was still supervising the college students and all that. And so they'd want to come talk to me about some issue they're having with them. And boy, did I have to bite my tongue. About like, did he say this to you? Did he say that? No, I can't do that. Well, let's kind of look at it from both sides and kind of see what he wants and how can you make him happy. And if it's something that's really out of line, then maybe I need to step in, which happened a few times. God, it was hard trying to be that mediator when I already had my own personal issues with this guy.
Yeah, I feel like respect is one of those weird things. Like you spend your whole childhood learning what it means and what it is and how to show it. And then as an adult, you need to like figure out for yourself when to draw that line. And that can be really hard.
I mean, it's also difficult too with like superiors, even though they know they have the power, they try to like use it against you too, even though you're wrong. Like,
I think Christiane has a.
I'm just like agreeing with all of you right now because I was like contemplating whether or not I should talk about this, but might as well.
Yeah,
I mean,
unnamed companies.
Yeah,
no names.
No names, but one of my bosses had decided, let's put on a virtual conference, sometime during this year or next year, and let's base it off of the marketing. That Fire Festival. Do you guys remember Fire Fest? I know. Base it off of the Fire Fest marketing because it'll generate mystery and like intrigue. And I wrote back and I said, I don't think this is, I highly recommend not comparing us to Fire Fest because it was a fraudulent event.
Right? And like there's reasons that it's so popular because it was so corrupt. Like it's not good publicity, it's bad publicity.
And then,
there is such thing as bad publicity.
Exactly. And then so I got a response back doubling down on it. They were like, oh, but it was one of the best marketing campaigns of all time. I don't know where you got that I was trying to compare us to that event.
Fraudulent.
Blah, 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 blah. And then so of course we went ahead and started to work on this project and I had some additional pushback or whatnot. And so at some point I finally voiced my concerns again and they didn't like my attitude. So I actually got a formal disciplinary warning 2 days before Thanksgiving. They were giving it to me because they were like, yeah, your tone was so inappropriate. And I was like, what do you mean by tone? I said, it's an inefficient process. And it's let's not compare ourselves to Fire Fest. And so that's why 3 weeks later, I was like, you know what, forget this. I'm not gonna work on this dumpster fire of a project. But yeah, I'm sure that if any of them were watching right now, they would
hi.
Hello, yeah, that is why. Bye.
Yeah. I got fired from a job once because I couldn't work a day. I told them I couldn't work when they interviewed me for the position. So that was fun. I was like, so I'm on stage from this day to this day. And I love working in restaurants. However, dance will always come first and that fulfills me as a human being. Whereas working in a restaurant fulfills my monetary aspect of life.
Yeah.
I enjoy being here, but also it's a job. And dancing is what I've been training since I was 5 years old to do. And so they scheduled me to work during a performance and I was like, well, I'm literally going to be on stage. I signed on to this commitment 2 years ago when I joined the company. And then I guess in June when I renewed my contract. But either way, I told you when we interviewed that these were the dates I absolutely cannot work. And they scheduled me for it anyway. And I tried desperately to get people to cover my shift. I offered baking them cookies. I offered them money. I reached out to every single person on staff. And then I told all four of my managers, like people who were shift leads and people who were in management, but I couldn't work as well. And that I'd been scheduled anyway. And they're like, oh, well, you need to get it covered. And I was like, well, I've been trying for 3 weeks now. I haven't got anyone covered. Like, it's 2 days away. I won't be there. So I called out, and then they're like, well, if you're not going to be here, like, obviously that means more to you. And I just don't want to see you again. Like, you're fired. And I was like, okay. And they called me like right before our dress rehearsal, and I was like, this is a great way to go on stage, like just knowing that I've been fired. I'd never been fired before, and it like really stressed me out. I didn't feel good. And so that was a lovely rehearsal. But then they ended up not paying me for 4 months. Like, I was already back paid, or like missing pay for 3 months. And so on top of that, I never got my last paycheck. And so I reached out to like my management, as well as like the shift leads, like everyone I knew who could potentially maybe get me a paycheck. And I wrote them an email, and they're like, well, we don't like your tone and you're being really disrespectful. And I was like, how am I being disrespectful? I proofread it. I had my dad proofread it, who's like had his own company for years. I had my mom proofread it. I like was reading it out loud to like all the other dancers. I was like, this is business like, right? And like I've gotten hired for jobs because I write really professionally, and like I had left all of my emotions out of it. I was just like, these are my hours. I haven't been paid since this date. I have been laid off, but like I'm still missing 4 months of pay, and I would like to get paid for those days. And I don't understand why I was laid off or asked to leave or whatever, because I told you like I couldn't work this day back in April, and it's now August. So yeah, that was fun. And so eventually I had to like bring it to like their chief financial advisor to finally get paid. But I'm pretty sure they still owe me like $400. But anyway, it's fine. It's over. It's like 2 years ago. But yeah, that was a fun situation.
Wow.
You're like, you're not being professional, and I don't like your tone. And I was like, what tone? Like, I'm like, hey, so I was laid off, but I'm missing 4 paychecks.
Jeez.
Where's my money?
I just want to know like the best way to get those. Like, would you like my mailing address? Would you like me to come in? I would prefer not to come in, but I understand like if that's a more convenient way for you for me to come in and get those. Yeah, it was a good time.
Wow. And Rowan, it sounds like you did everything right. You know, you let them know from the
I'd like to think so, but you know,
well,
I understand. I'm a human being. We have both.
So I'm a neutral third party, obviously hearing this story, and the fact that you told them these are the dates I absolutely cannot work right from the get-go. And then,
yeah, like before I was even hired.
Yeah, and as things are coming up,
like not after.
you're trying to find someone to cover your shift because you know these performances are coming up. So you're doing everything that you can within your power, and then they're looking at it like, we just want you to do what we want you to do. Mm-hmm. And it turns out the fact that they didn't pay you, good riddance to that company then. Because
I'm so happy I left. They ended up going bankrupt, so it's not my fault.
Well,
I got out of a good time.
And when you mentioned that they contacted you right before that dress rehearsal, I can relate to that because I was at Studio 7, which is no longer here, a concert club. And the place I was talking about, that executive director contacted me via email while I was at a show, covering a show. And I didn't know, because I don't check my shit at 9:30 at night from work or whatever. And but this my reference, who's been really good to me, and I'm so thankful for her. She texted me and said, "Mark, what does so and so mean by this?" I'm like, I texted her back, "What are you talking about?" I said, "Check your email from work." So here I am, and bands are changing or whatever, and I'm putting my camera down and I'm checking my work email, and he went on a fucking tirade about one little decision I had made because he wasn't there. It wasn't a wrong decision. He just wasn't there to approve it. It's like, well, what am I supposed to do? And then so I got kind of snippy with him, I'll be honest, via email, saying, look, you weren't around, so I did the best thing in terms of what you had done in the past with this particular student and this particular college student in terms of who teaches them and what they're supposed to do. So if you have some sort of issue with this, let's talk about it tomorrow morning. And he replied back, no, I want to talk about it now. And so I'm like,
and you're like, is that outside of business hours? Like, no.
I didn't respond to him. I was like, I'm in here, watching the show, but it completely ruined my night. I'll be completely honest. But I couldn't stop thinking about it, and I was getting so pissed and so worked up about it.
We were doing what?
Nutcracker.
No, it was like over the summer, so it must have been like Don Q or like we're supposed to be happy, and I'm like into. I'm pretty sure that's like the dress rehearsal they filmed too, and I just like looked so upset the whole time.
Oh, no.
I was like, I'm sorry.
I see Captain Blackwood said, I have bosses that do that. My only response is, if I was genuinely being disrespectful, trust me, you would know. And I'm like, mm-hmm.
I want to be on that level of like pettiness. Like my little sister, I aspire to be. She's just like very direct and very true to herself and very confident. And I just like, she's all the things I wish for myself. And so I'm really happy that she's become such a like beautiful person. I'm like, I love you so much. But yeah, sometimes she says things and I'm like, I would love to be like that level
Yeah.
of human being.
Yeah, even like working retail, like you just encounter the worst kind of people. And it's like, you can only like have this facade for so long until you snap. And there have been situations where I've snapped and I'm like, I went up to my supervisor and I'm like, okay, this is what happened. Like, they were rude. I told them like, there's no need to be rude. And they just got to a point where like, you can't take it. But it's always retail workers. Like they get like the worst shit too.
Yeah, when we went to a recording studio, like for the first time, it was like such an amazing experience for us. And we were talking with the recording engineer. He's like, like, this is amazing. Did you ever like hear this in general? He's like, yeah, this is the opposite of retail, where everyone who comes here is here for a happy experience. When people are talking to customer service, they're always mad for some reason, right? So you're always dealing with the worst of people versus the best of people. Which
it's kind of like being on like Yelp or something, where like you give a bad review of the restaurant,
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah,
that was my strategy actually.
If you see a good positive review for a fast food restaurant on something like Yelp, like that's really, really good.
Yeah, it must be like really great, like service or something. Yeah. Like it must have been very memorable.
Yeah. But it's so unfortunate where you have to deal with the worst of people for like over and over and over and over.
And it's like, and I think that a lot of people don't respect that, at all. They don't respect how hard it is to be in the service industry, and it just kills me, know, because I'm just like, it's just, because it's all over the place. Every single industry has its own issues, but I feel like and like you were saying earlier, Rowan, I think like respect is kind of like you kind of know when to give it. Like you want to like know when to give it and when it should be earned, right? And like when it comes to like the service industry, it's kind of like you have to plaster on the smile on the face, to like, because it's kind of part of the job. But at the same time, it's like, I have my sense of like, self-respect, right? And sense of dignity too. So it's kind of like trying to figure out where that line is, right?
Yeah, Captain Blackwood said call centers too. I feel like it's just customer service in general. Like anytime I call someone on the phone and I have to like wait on hold for an hour, like that sucks. But at the same time, I'm like mentally making a note to be the most pleasant person they've talked to. Carlos will write down like the person's name even. We're like, thank you so much, Brandon. You've been fantastic. Like I will fill out this.
Yeah, because like we were even watching the news and they were talking about, post Christmas is going to be the worst for returns, and I'm like, I'm so sorry. I'm glad
like anyone in customer service, I'm like, I feel like I'm so apologetic when I'm like checking out at a store. They're like, can we get like your email for a receipt? And like I know they're signing me up for marketing, and I'm like, I don't have a work email. Like, I'm so sorry. I'm like, I don't want you to have my email, but also like, I'm sorry because I know this is your job. Like, I've been there. Like, this isn't you asking, it's the organization, but also like, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like I'm guilty for them. I'm just like, I know your tricks, but also like, I'm sorry you have to resort to those.
Yeah, I've actually said that kind of thing. Like back when I could go to a movie theater, it's like, wow, that's a great job on the upsell you just did on me. Because having done that myself, and they just kind of laugh about it, and sometimes they feel a little like conspicuous, like they got caught. It's like, no, I know you're supposed to do that, and it didn't work on me, but good try. You can kind of make a joke of it, but yeah, I think just folks in the service and hospitality and anything that in those industries, and I've gotten a chance to see that in the last couple of years working. I mean, God, I've been doing some cleaning stuff. People, man, that whole class breakdown, man, they just shit on some people. And it's just like I've said this before. It's like, be happy for anyone doing anything legitimate. And maybe you should do that job for a little while and give you a whole new perspective that everyone's trying to make a living. Everyone's trying to be happy. Everyone's trying to pursue goals and dreams and everything else. And for you to shit on somebody because you just feel like you can, man, that's wrong.
Yeah, I feel like everyone should work a customer service job once in their life. Like, it should be a requirement just so you know how to treat people respect wise.
I feel like it's difficult too because there are different types of people, and so me, for example, I'm really excited when I have a physical product that I can see a result from my work, and that is something that really fulfills me. And so I will always appreciate or strive better in something like customer service or hospitality or maybe some trade work and stuff like that. And it's frustrating that those jobs are looked on as less than, because it's not like I'm working less. I just don't like a theoretical product. I like to be able to be look, I did this thing and I'm proud of it. Woo! Rather than I did this thing, but it's going to show up in a study 12 years from now. And philosophically, I'm making a big difference, which is great. I'm not shitting on that at all. I think that's amazing. People who are able to separate themselves from their work, I think that's wonderful, but that's not how my brain functions. I definitely strive better in something where it's I made this thing. This is my physical product. I can see the result, an ends to a mean. I need to have a physical end to be able to move past it and move on to a bigger and better thing. And so it's frustrating that things are categorized as less than when it's really just a different way of thinking or a different mindset.
It's definitely tangible when those things are gone.
Ooh,
yeah. Right?
Yeah.
Everything's gone now. I don't think so. You're upset that festivals don't exist. I'm upset that I don't get to be in a festival. Okay.
Yeah.
We're all upset about concerts. We're all upset.
Oh yeah, we are. Yeah, a lot of people just totally take things for granted when they're no longer there. If cleaning is no longer there, when the servers are no longer up or anything, it's very easy for people to complain at that point. But it's never being appreciative of it when it's already there. Which is unfortunate.
Yeah, very true. I mean, even if you pick even if you don't frequent these places, but if you go to a fast food place, imagine if you went through a drive-through and there's nobody there to work.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, where's my Big Mac? Where's my Jumbo Jack? Where's my whatever? But then there are people there, doing what you want them to do. Then you feel not everybody obviously, but some people just feel like they can just look down on them and treat them like shit. And it's it's so wrong. And this is something where, not to keep going back to the soap girls, but there's something that we have in common because they were completely bullied and shit on as kids from adults and kids. And so we start talking about all these kind of issues that they've had. And it's this whole class society around the world is just so fucked up. When you can't just be happy for somebody doing something that's doing. And then, again, it might just be a job as a job, but at least you can understand that. It's you don't need to say something about it. Get your hamburger and get the fuck out.
I mean, I think it goes back to even schooling. You don't if you don't finish school, you're gonna end up being a server, or you're gonna end up working as a janitor. It's a bad thing, or
right.
But then there's so much money to be made in restaurants too, and janitors are so necessary, and it's so frustrating that it's that's not a fulfilling or a suitable occupation. There's so many people who have gone through college now that there's such a big gap of trade workers, and the industry is so lacking right now. Why are we looking down on trade schools?
So true.
Especially if you have something that you love to do, but maybe it's not super profitable, but it's really fulfilling, and then a trade or a service occupation will fulfill your means to finance that thing that you really love to do. But maybe it's not something that's looked on as like super like highly esteemed in society, you know? It's like you're giving back and you're doing your part and you're earning the money you want to do something for yourself and something that like profits your soul and your heart. And that should be like just as fondly looked on as scientists and cancer doctors. Like they're really highly needed, of course, but at the same time, like, aren't you happy that people are making music and making art? Like that doctor's going to go buy a piece of art for their house, and that's just as important.
Yeah. It's like what I tell people, like I would never trade my lifestyle as an artist. Like, yeah, I may not make that much money, but like the experience and everything that comes with it is like it's priceless. Like I think I'd be like my soul would be like I'd be soulless if I was just like working 9 to 5 every single day, the same monotonous job. Like,
I couldn't do a desk job. I tell people all the time, like maybe like I would be smart enough and I could like physically do it, but like my heart couldn't do it. Like I just can't. And I admire people who can. I think there's definitely a sort of like self-discipline that comes from that. But at the same time, like that's just not. Yeah, it's not for me.
Yeah, true.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that comes from the artistic-minded person, that they know that this is the ends to a means. If I have this job, and maybe you end up liking that job, but even if you don't, this allows me to do something else.
Yeah.
And if you don't have, the something else like what Carlos was talking about, then you're kind of dead to the world, because we know that you're soulless. I don't know where I would be if I didn't have my artistic endeavors. I probably would have been in jail or dead a long time ago, really, because I was not on the best path, actually, when I was in high school. But those things saved me, and they fuel me now. It makes me feel so good. It makes me feel whole. So if you take those out of me, then I'm a shell of a human being at that point. So, and even Gizmo understands that. So,
yeah. Did you hear her? She was really cute. I like to check and make sure she's alive. Like when people say like fur babies, I understand that to the extent of like, I need to know where she is most of the time. And like, I just need to make sure she's alive. But like, if I'm gone for work all day, like I'm not worried about her in the same way that like parents are worried about their children. Like she's definitely not my child, but I do a lot of the like checking in sort of aspects of a parent. Like I grew up with 3 younger siblings, and so I understand in the sense of like checking in and making sure you know where they are and like they're doing okay. But obviously, like I'm not trying to have kids anytime soon. Like I don't think she's a baby. I have to feed her, but she meows at me at least when I don't. I don't think I could have a fish. I think I'd kill it. Like I need something that makes noise if I forget to feed it. But less maintenance than a dog. Dogs are closer to children. They need a lot of work. You have to train them. You have to take them outside. You have to feed. That's a lot of work.
They're both staring at us right now.
I love dogs, but I grew up with both dogs and cats and assorted other animals. I feel like I grew up in a zoo, but with the amount of patience I have and like the amount of time in my life right now, like a cat is a good amount of commitment. She needs me, but she's also generally fine on her own.
I remember, this is a long time ago, special needs teacher, that when I worked with the more needy kids, that we would take them to the Puyallup Fair, the Washington Fair, whatever it's called nowadays, every September.
Puyallup Fair is fine.
Yeah. I remember one of our guys who had an unsteady gait and he wasn't verbal. He could just make sounds. And the first like pang of being like parental was that I needed to grab his hand to cross the street. And so I was like, so-and-so, let me have your hand. He knew, so he put his hand out, so I grabbed it. And then a car came, so we're kind of waiting. And he was kind of looking at me like, we're not going to go, right? And I was like, no, I'm waiting. And then I started taking a step, and then another car came, and that's when I had to step back. But he stepped back before I did. And it was just such a weird moment for me. Here I am on school hours, school time, all that kind of thing. All the other kids are already across the street because they're like maybe more functional. And so they put me with with this young man. But he was so on it that he just knew that this is the right thing to do. Hang on to him. And he actually saved me from doing something wrong. But I felt so parental walking around with him and holding his hand and telling him he can get this and you can't have that. And no, we have cotton candy back at the classroom or whatever lie I said. And stuff like that. But I never experienced that until that moment. And then I kind of realized like how responsible I am for these kids. Not just there, but just in the classroom, everything that you do with them, all the life skills that you teach them, and it became much more, like right in my face, like, you're already taking your job serious, but take it that much more seriously because of what you're doing for these guys. And that was, many years ago, back in the 90s. So
it's a big deal. Yeah. My mom is a paraeducator and has taught special education most of my life and did like a lot of home care for a long time. And one of my best friends all throughout elementary school actually had Down syndrome. But yeah, you have a really big impact on people's lives. And I feel like being in that situation, sometimes you're able to realize it a little bit sooner than you are in some other situations. And it's nice to be able to like take that kind of step back and realize how big of an impact you have on everyone around you.
Yeah, I always say that I'm not a parent, but I've worked with a lot of other people's kids, and that doesn't make me a parent. But I have some knowledge, at least, than the average person. So, yeah, yeah. And Captain Blackwood, I don't know if you're still with us or not, but I'm just curious. What do you do down in Vegas? I know you're very technically oriented, and I don't know if you have a job in IT or something, but if you're not comfortable saying that in the chat, that's fine too. But you can maybe message me offline. But I was just curious about what you do down there, because most of the fans from the Alice tour, I don't really know what they do. I've never gotten to a point of asking them, more about them. But I was just kind of curious about that. Oh, I'm here. I'm in customer service. Okay, doing like fixing like IT problems, like people calling in and trying to asking you like dumbass questions, kind of a thing.
Have you tried turning it off and on again? Plugged in.
Yeah, I know.
Have you seen the IT Crowd? It's really funny if you have not. It's a British TV show.
Yeah, we love that show. Yeah.
It's so funny.
The internet is like in the box.
Cell phones, like Verizon.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah. I know a local guy that does IT questions for Costco, and the stuff he posts on Facebook about the questions he gets, oh my God, they're like the funniest things ever. When someone can't quite figure it, he does questions for like other employees, coworkers that can't figure out why their computer won't start, and things of that nature. And some of the stuff that he posts is just ridiculous. But okay, well, cool. Thank you for sharing that, Captain Blackwood. I was just curious about what you do down in Vegas. So. Wow.
I followed this person on Instagram called like the bitchy waiter. And it's really fun to know that I am not alone in the customer service experience. Some of the things they post, I'm like, yep.
Too close.
Well, that's, again, I keep going back to this, but the place I used to work at that Christy is familiar with, there is an issue. So the summertime was when we were super, super busy. That was our bread and butter time. So we're supposed to be super customer service oriented. Anytime you're out there front facing anybody, man, you better have your customer service together. It doesn't matter if it's all 10 members of our team. Like all 10 of you better glob onto that parent.
Hello.
Yeah, and we were talking about something in the main area, and this one parent came through, and our director happened to be there. And so he immediately stopped and said, "No, hi, how may I help you?" kind of a thing. And as soon as he was done, man, he started ripping all of us a new one. And then he particularly pointed me out because he's like, "Mark, you're so good at this. You should have been the first one on that parent." And I'm like,
but you were talking to them?
Yeah, you were talking to them. You have more clout than I'll ever have. So they're probably much more responsive and appreciative of the fact that someone of your stature, because it says it right on his name tag, is talking and solving their problem.
Person in charge.
Yeah. I'm like, you're actually going to call me out in front of the rest of the team in a public space like this? This is actually before we had that meeting in his office. It was I should have seen the writing on the wall at that point, but I still remember that point. It's like, so what if I'm good at it? The rest of these people should be good at it too then, right? Yeah. Why am I getting dumped on? I don't understand this, but yeah, I'm not there anymore, so who cares?
Those days are over.
Yeah.
Yeah, and every now and then I get reminded of it because someone will say something. Hey, didn't you used to work at such and such? I actually run into people that recognize me from that time, and I'm like, yeah, I'm not there anymore.
I did.
I hate it.
I wouldn't recommend it.
Yeah, I think there's only one person in our team that's still there. The last I heard, the other people have actually either they were let go or moved on. There's so much turnover, so I was like, well, okay, I was probably in the right. They may have chosen to move on, but they obviously had issues, and then I had issues and just wasn't very subtle about them. Oh boy, John,
what do you do?
I work at Twitch actually. So I work
okay.
The membership side of the at Twitch. So I started working there about 3 years ago. Yeah.
What do you do?
What do? I do this. I do a lot of like the back end and front end work of like, people get subscriptions on Twitch. And I don't know if you have it enabled at all, Mark, but it's how creators get a means to an end, making money for what they do. So supporting that community. So it's the actual work that I do is not as interesting as the artistic things that everyone else does, but it does something.
Are you both musicians as well? Sorry, I see the drum
cymbals
set in the background.
Oh yeah.
This is just our background.
Yeah.
I'm kidding.
The drum set is production design. No one actually plays it. We bought it from our friend who didn't have space in his house. So we took that, and neither of us really play the drums, but
we're in a band.
Yeah, it's John mainly plays guitar, and then I sing for the band.
That's awesome.
Thank you.
The drums are really hard. We went to so I grew up calling it the EMP Museum, but now it's called the Mopop.
Yeah.
And you can try out the instruments and stuff. And when I was in 5th grade is when you start band in school, and so you have to audition for the instruments. And I was like, I am going to be a female drummer. And so you audition for each instrument. It's clarinet and flute and trumpet, and then percussion if you wanted to, but the other 3 are a given. And so I went through all the other ones and I was like, these are all lame. And then I did the percussion audition, and I was like, this is what I dream for in my life. This is what I'm going for. And he's like, yeah, you did pretty good. But he didn't sign my little sheet to go to Ted Brown and rent a percussion starter kit.
Oh.
And so I was like, all right, so I guess I'm starting on the clarinet. And then the first day of band rolls over, and I've rented my clarinet, and I didn't grow up with a lot of money, so it was a big deal that I rented a clarinet anyway. And we get there, and he's like, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 18 flautists, of course, and then 15 people on the clarinet, and 5 people on the trumpet, as it normally is. I'm sure these numbers are fake, but anyway. And then I have 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm supposed to have 5 percussionists. I'm missing one. And I was like, oh, was that supposed to be me? And he was like, yeah, that was supposed to be you. And I was like, oh my God, I would love to do this. I'll pay percussion. We'll go back to Ted Brown tomorrow. It's going to be great. And he's like, no, you already have a clarinet. It's fine. No. So I ended up playing the saxophone, and I quit band in 8th grade. But anyway, we went to the Experience Music Project, the EMP, the Mopop, whatever the fuck, when I was 20, and I tried to play the drum set, and I was like, this is so hard.
Same here. I'm like,
why is my foot doing different things than it's doing? I've been dancing for 20 years. I should be able to do this with different parts of my body. It's so hard. It's so hard. I'm happy I played the clarinet.
Yeah, that's how I felt too. I played. I'm like, man, I can't keep rhythm on my left foot and do something with my right arm and left arm. And
I was like, this is so hard.
the right the.
Oh yeah, it's pretty much this.
I'm
Yeah.
just gonna sing. I don't have to play anything. Like I'll just use my voice. Ideal. Yeah, I quit band in like 8th grade and joined choir in 12th grade. I was like,
But I was gonna say that's what's one nice thing about like quarantine. I've been able to like reteach myself guitar through this time off.
yeah, do you guys know the game Rocksmith? It's like Guitar Hero, but you actually have to play the guitar.
You hook up your actual guitar or bass. Yeah,
Oh.
Yeah.
PlayStation. Does it work for Xbox too?
there's for all systems, even Steam. Like,
It's so cool. My brother has been in a couple bands, and I grew up very much like influenced by different people in music. I have a couple friends who are in bands and whatnot and play professionally. But we only ever had like Rock Band and Guitar Hero, and he came over and started playing Rocksmith, and I was like, "What the fuck is this?" This is so cool. I was like, "You're actually playing instruments? What?"
So, like playing those types of games, you are trying to learn while you're playing the game. Have you learned like songs outside of the game? Like you can still kind of play it by memory while you're.
So yeah, luckily, like, so I grew up playing like guitar. I went to private guitar lessons as a kid, but then like stopped as soon as I started dancing. So as I got older, I've been like trying to go back and forth, teaching myself. So with this game, it's cool because like, yeah, you'll learn songs and you can buy song packs depending on what you like. Mm-hmm. But within the game, they have little like games, whether it's like a chord game or the scales game. So you start learning all these little things in there too.
It's so cool.
Yeah.
It's so cool. I kept telling my brother about it. I was like, you need to play. Like, we're going to bring it over to Christmas. And of course we forgot, which is fine because he lives in LA now and does not have any of his instruments up in Washington. But
yeah,
I was like, it's going to be awesome. We're going to have a family band.
I know. I just bought my electric guitar up here. I have one back in San Francisco, but yeah, I just bought one up here.
What movie do we watch? The Runaways with Dakota Fanning and Kristen Stewart. Where it's based on Joan Jett. And I was like, yeah, we're just going to start a band. I texted all my friends and I was like, in.
Doesn't matter. You can always start a band.
We're doing.
Yeah. That's cool. Yeah. I don't know. Like I always enjoy those games. I actually like we played one of those like dance. I forgot. Dance
Dance Revolution?
DDR.
No, not DDR.
It was like I forgot what the game was called, but like
Just Dance.
Is it Just Dance? Or you just you're like following the routines, and it's like
Just Dance is more dancing than DDR, but I grew up with DDR, and so Just Dance seems like more inherently legit. I hate it because I grew up with DDR. But it's like, with Just Dance, you're actually dancing. Like you have the little cameras thing you have to put up. Like we had it for the Wii. I think my sister got it when she was like 8, and I got DDR. Like I remember saving up like my birthday and my Christmas money, and I like bought the mat and the game, and that was like my game I had for the PlayStation when I was like 12, and I was like, this is awesome. Even though I'd been dancing for like 7 years at that point. This is the highlight of class. DDR. Stomp to in front of you, stomp behind you, stomp to the side.
I would love to see someone dance like that at the club. Up, down.
Yeah.
So, like for some reason, like half of me just hates Just Dance, even though that's like you actually have to learn real dance moves.
Oh. I mean,
and it's definitely closer to really dancing.
Just fake it till we beat it. You know,
or you sit on the couch and you're like. I feel like that's like the epitome of the Wii is you can be seated and win all of the games. Like there's no skill required as long as you have hand-eye coordination.
That's real gaming right there.
Yeah. I definitely didn't learn any dance moves from Just Dance because I'm not very good at dancing.
Like I was great at the Wii, but I was awful at PlayStation and Xbox, and so that tells you the level of gamer I am.
I always got the controls mixed up on the Xbox and the PlayStation actually because they're the other way around, right? They're the other way, yeah.
So confusing.
Yeah, we grew up with a PlayStation and then went to like one of our friends' houses and they had a GameCube and I was like, I don't even why is the controller different? Why is it different? And then my friend had like the NES where it's just the little like plus sign and the 2 buttons. And I was like, this is the level of gaming I would like to have in my life. Like, that's all I need. I don't want a joystick. I just want like the 4 directions and an X and an O. That's all I need. Minimize the buttons. Perfect. Less is more. We used to play Bubble Bobble and Donkey Kong.
Oh,
Those are classics.
Oh,
Yeah. We can go on the game and then plug it in.
Yeah.
Here's Zora.
I know. Old dog.
I love old dogs. I think I like old dogs better than young dogs because they remind me more of cats. They just want to sleep all day, and then if you love them, they're happy.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Also, when their little faces get white, it's so cute.
Oh yeah.
I know. It's like super.
And they just like sag as they get older, and it's cute. I grew up with Shar-Peis, and so they're like really wrinkly and saggy anyway.
Oh.
And so when dogs get like more saggy, I'm like,
Oh my gosh! One of my friends got 2 new Shar-Pei puppies. Like,
Oh my
and
gosh.
there's a third dog too, like an adult like Shar-Pei. So they're gonna have 3 Shar-Peis in the home.
they're so cute. My mom had one when I was a kid that was like so wrinkly she had to tack its like eyelids up so it could see. She didn't. We took it to the vet, but you know.
Oh, that's so cute.
It was so wrinkly. It got stolen, but you know.
no.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I don't know. I grew up in Bremerton. Do you guys know where that is?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Someone kicked in our fence and stole our dog.
Oh my gosh.
Man, Bremerton is.
It was really sad. I had like 5 bikes stolen. I don't know.
Wow.
No.
Wow.
It was a really cute dog. We used to ride on him. He was great. His name was Harley.
Oh.
Oh.
I had no idea Bremerton was so ghetto.
Nicknamed Kidnap County. Like, it's pretty bad.
Oh no.
Oh wow. I had no idea.
Yeah, it's weird. I mean, like, I grew up there, and so I feel like, in a sense, I'm very, like, privy to a lot of it, but I'm also really oblivious to it. I'm like, this is normal. So, it's fine. I mean, if you want to go bowling or to the mall, those are your 2 activities.
Yeah, I grew up in South Seattle and Renton, so it's pretty much the same thing. Don't actually go to the Skyway Bowl sometimes, or when it was Skyway.
Was this Sky? Was it?
I don't know if it's still there. Yeah, but
Right, I'm like, I don't even know if it's called, like, the Kitsap Mall anymore.
yeah.
There's, like, 4 stores there total. Most of them have closed.
Wow. Oh man,
That's rough.
yeah. We have a extended family member. We just call him our second cousin, but he's probably a lot further from that. But he grew up in Germany actually, and he was visiting us in South Seattle at the time. And my brother decided to take him to the Skyway Bowl.
I'm sorry.
On New Year's Eve, actually,
Oh, that's
right?
busy.
Yeah.
Right?
So it was actually busy.
Yeah.
And then someone got shot,
Oh.
like in the bowling alley, and it was a very targeted thing. They shot him and left, and my brother was like worried about our second cousin because he was just gone because he ran immediately out the door. He was like the first one out there, and he was just like waiting by the car, already ready to go.
Let's get out.
Yeah,
That's scary.
yeah, it's
Yeah.
like, yeah. This
That's
is what
terrifying.
America is. Apparently.
I know. I feel like every time I travel abroad, I have to like apologize. I'm like, I'm sorry. I did take, or my sister took the like 23andMe DNA test because my mom is like 3rd generation Irish, and so when we immigrated, they changed the spelling of her last name, and so that birth certificate has been lost and we can't find it, and she was trying to find citizenship, and so we thought through the 23andMe could maybe at least narrow down like the search through churches and whatnot to like try and find the original spelling of the last name. But ultimately what I got from it was that I was 99.8% white. And I was like, I knew that. Like that was evident. Thanks.
Yeah. Did it just say white?
Yeah, it was like 99.8% broadly European. And I was like, what's the 0.2?
Yeah, my brother...
0.2, I probably don't want to know as a person. Like, I'm sorry.
Yeah, my brother, when he like gifted those, you know, sets to us, like he actually told me to my face that he was like, I think you're 99.9% Chinese. I'm pretty sure. You know, you're pretty sure.
Right? It's just like it comes back that way, and you're like, yeah, like I knew. If I'm blonde, I'm pale, like I knew. But it was kind of interesting to at least like find out a little bit. My parents are not like super forthcoming with their like genealogy, I suppose. And so I was like, wait a second, like I thought I was this and this, and now there's like all these other things mixed in, and they're like, I thought you knew. And I was like, I was 4. You didn't tell me. You wouldn't tell a 4-year-old. But yeah. We're like Bohemian German and a lot of other things. A lot of Irish and English and like Sicilian. But then like the 0.2 was like, you're a little bit maybe Filipino. And I was like, I don't know what that means, but okay.
Actually, our very close friend of ours is a quarter Filipino. You can't tell at all. Like,
right?
He just looks like, you know, white bearded, full beard guy, you know, and his mom is like just a sweet mixed Filipino lady. Yeah.
I'm like curious if it's because we're like Bohemian and Sicilian with like the dark hair and dark features, if there's like other things that were eventually like people migrated and like branched out and whatnot. Or if that's like initially how like the dark hair and dark genes got in, because like my grandmother has like black hair and my dad's side of the family like tans, but my mom burns through like SPF 100 plus. And, like all of us are fine. Like none of us wear sunscreen. I have 4 siblings. We're all fine. But my mom is like, if she's out in the sun for 2 minutes, like she's a lobster. If she looks tan, it's freckles. And so it's interesting. Like genealogy is weird.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I was like 0.2, maybe Philippines. The Philippines aren't that close to England and Ireland and Germany, so okay.
Somebody wanted some lumpia at some point or something.
Content is so good though.
Yes, it is.
Kelligwan, lumpia.
I was thinking like what John was saying. I used to work with our band teacher, and I thought for sure he was some mix of Caucasian background, and he was either a quarter or a half Jamaican, but he looked like the average white guy with brown hair, you know, walking down the street. I had no idea that he had any kind of other ethnic thing in his background. And he kept saying that that's where his soul comes from.
Most of Carlos's cousins are like gingers, and I was born with red hair, but yeah, he kept telling me that like all of his cousins had red hair, and I was like, okay, like I'll believe it when I see it. And then I saw them and I was like, oh, like they are. Yeah. They all have like beautiful auburn hair.
That reminds me of like Louis C.K., who is like half Mexican, right?
But he, yeah, like you would never know he's Mexican. Like
exactly, yeah.
I mean, you're half Mexican too, but yeah, very like white passing, I suppose.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, genealogy is very weird.
It's so weird. Also, I'm like, it's nice to know, and it's like not nice to know, but like cool to know. But like, why does it matter?
Yeah, that's very true. Yeah,
I feel like you grow up with as much culture as you're probably going to grow up with, and then whatever on is the choices you make.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay, Carlos, you can see what you want. Rowan left.
Yeah, hey, so Rowan was a It's her turn to make the drinks. I just made some old fashions while I was gone. So
Nice.
Those look
That
good.
That sounds good right now.
I'm gonna pour some.
Oh,
Yeah.
Okay. I'll let
me.
I'll be BRB too.
This is going
Okay.
to be right now.
If memory serves, I think Carlos, you had an old fashioned the first time we did a fun table, like number 11.
Yeah.
Yeah, nice. I actually remember
I
something.
make a choice. It's so good.
Mhm. I usually don't get mixed drinks when I go out, but if I do get one, it's usually an old fashioned.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I think with mixed drinks, it's like a hit or miss. Like sometimes they're really sweet, or they're just like really off, and it just throws off the whole experience.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Maybe it's just like me getting older, and I'm like, I kind of like to savor my things, and I want it to be good for what I'm paying. You know?
Yeah, you're gonna pay like what, like some exorbitant amount for like a fancy drink, and you just glug it, and
You chug it.
yeah, no need to do that.
Yeah, it's just like I like going to fancy bars every now and then. And yeah, getting a nice like crafted cocktail, like where they did take their time and put some heart into it.
Yeah, no,
Yeah, you'll know when you have a good mixologist for sure.
Oh,
And you know that from being in the service industry too. So like, yeah, there's an absolute skill to that.
And it's awesome. I think just like the process, watching them like make your drink, and
Mhm.
so it's definitely cool.
yeah.
I had
Nothing worse than asking for a Rainier and a nice cocktail.
I do like Rainiers though. Like I drink a choice at a concert. I'm like Rainier all the way.
Yeah, I'm gonna refresh my stuff too. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Yeah, sounds good.
Yeah, sometimes it's nice to just like have a can of something like to nurse. You know, it's not like it's like a almost peer pressure sometimes, right?
Yeah, it's like a weird socially accepted thing. If you don't have a drink, it could be at a party, it could be at anywhere. It just feels weird, like you feel left out.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So like our friend who like one of our friends who doesn't really drink, like he will drink like Coke or something, you know, like or Diet Coke or something, just to have something to hold. So it like has the appearance, you know, of like being. It's just a weird social culture, right?
It works.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's interesting though. It's a weird little nuance, but it's like an accepted thing.
Totally.
Oh, group think.
I know.
Totally. Yeah.
But yeah. What was it? What was I gonna say? I used the Few one. Yeah, luckily Rowan's a bartender, so she
You can make
Make
the.
all
a lot
that.
of the drinks.
Good
I do like a bartending course, and I do like light bartending at the restaurant I work at, but it's nothing compared to what she does. So I'm like, it's always nice when she makes a drink.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah. At one point in time, I took a bartending course as well, like just to like learn how to mix mixed drinks. And then while we were learning, I was like, oh man, I actually know a lot of these because I drank a lot of them. So like at least I had that knowledge. But there were
But
like other ones too, that were.
It's just crazy though. Like you just change one ingredient, and it's like a different drink. You're like, whoa, it's that simple. Like,
yeah. Oh gosh, yeah.
I think that was like my thinking about cooking in general before I learned how to cook. It's like, got to be complicated, right? It's like, no, you just season it, salt and pepper.
oh yeah, and it's to your taste too. Like to your tasting.
Yeah.
You're good. Baking, on the other hand,
Oh, all right.
No idea. Yeah. Like I'll sit there and I'll be like trying to like mix butter into like flour or whatever. I'm like, am I doing this right? Like, did I accidentally over melt the butter? Like, and then 2 hours.
and everything has to be like so precise, the right temperature. Like,
It's like when it goes into the oven, just pray. That's all you can do.
I hope I get this right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you watch the show Nailed It?
Oh, yeah.
We watched like I think not maybe the first season. I think we watched the first season. Yeah.
It's hilarious.
I'm like, that's how I would feel. I'm like, I don't know what I'm doing, and
We watched through both seasons of Zumbo's Just Desserts. Have you seen that show? So Zumbo is, I think he's Australian chef, and like he makes these elaborate desserts that have like 12 layers and 12-layer cake or something or other with like sculptures and stuff. And I'm like, everybody competing is pretty skillful too. And I'm sitting here like, I don't know how to use any of those utensils. I don't know what anything is called. Like you give me a mixer, I'm like, oh, you gotta plug it in, and then which setting does it go on? Like I don't know.
Baking is just like another place. That's why I like cooking. You can experiment so much with cooking, and if something goes wrong, you know what? Probably add something else to make up for it.
Yeah, totally.
I would say like one of the cool techniques is gastronomy, right?
Yeah,
Which
so crazy.
I have no idea, right? Like because you have to have special tools for that too, right?
Yeah, we've been watching a lot of like Chef's Table. And like what these people do, I'm just like, wow, it's not even just like cooking anymore. You're using like chemistry and like it's insane.
Yeah, so good.
Yeah.
I think we've had one meal like that, and we're like, what? What's going on?
Yeah.
It's amazing.
All the flavors.
All right.
Oh, we should wait for Rowan.
Oh yeah, sure.
Yeah, she's making some Manhattans right now.
Oh, that's nice. Yeah.
I forgot I had this beer. This is from Black Raven. It's their barrel aged Scotch ale, but this is from 2013.
Wow. Goodness.
Yeah, and it's 10 point. Well, it was 10.8% alcohol at the time. So yeah, that's been. God, it smells awesome. Oh my God. I forgot I had it. And there's still the one brewery that I'm still a mug member, whatever. We're called founders now or something like that, but I'm still with them. So, and they haven't seen me in years, but I still renew my membership every year. Bo and those guys out in Redmond and Woodinville. But gosh, you know what's crazy? I was just thinking about that, looking at the screen, that some of the places, so Carlos, some of the places that I used to play music with, John and Christiana actually played with us as duos and that kind of thing. And some of those places, actually quite a few of them are no longer around, not because of COVID, just in general.
Yeah.
And I started going through the list. I was like, golly. So like, American Brewing in Edmonds is gone, and the Hawthorne's been gone for a long time. And the, what's that place in Ballard? They just closed the 23rd. They are COVID related.
Which one?
Populux closed because of COVID, and I had played music there, and so I think, God, and then Brickyard closed, and some of the places closed. I'm like, oh, it's too bad, because I have like pint glasses from all of them and all that kind of thing. And I know Sarah, who was my singer, used to collect pint glasses from any brewery that we used to play at. But these guys are still around, but we never played music there. But I don't know why I went on that tangent. Maybe too much beer already. But
Hey, Mark, so what other instruments besides guitar do you play? Is it just guitar, or?
At this point, that's what I say. But like, 10, 15, well, no longer. It would have been 15 or 20 years ago. I would have considered myself a drummer, because my brother was a drummer. So we had a kit at the house. So I used to play on his kit. And then when he moved out, he left it there. So I kept playing. My mom had a bass, which actually I have here in my apartment. So nice. I still play bass. I have a keyboard, which is like a little entry-level keyboard that I started to mess around with a little bit. And I have a harmonica. I have a kazoo, a recorder. But when anyone asks me like, what instrument do you play, I always say guitar. But I do play other things. But I don't think especially drums. I haven't touched a drum kit in a long time, so I completely suck at this point. But if I would love to have an electronic kit to get back to, because I love playing the drums. They're so awesome. I mean, as soon as you hit something, you get an immediate sound from it, and it actually sounds pretty good. But so the biggest thing for me, and John and Christiana know this, is that back when I was doing duos, I had 2 different duos around town. I was trying to learn how to sing, because I was just deathly afraid of singing in front of an audience. So it's like playing guitar in front of like an auditorium full of 1,000 kids, no problem. Put a microphone in front of my face, like, oh no, I didn't want to deal with it. And I just thought about this. The very first show that I ever did, John and Christiana were there at Dirty Bucket Brewing, which is also no longer there. And I must have had 4 beers, and I only had to sing like one song lead. That was it in our set at that point. And I was so nervous. I was like, I just got to keep drinking, and then I'll feel better. And but eventually, I felt pretty good. But I'm so out of practice. It's been 4 years since I performed anywhere musically. So, but having said that, I was noodling around my guitar, so my guitar is always there. But singing wise, yeah, my voice has just gone back to what it was, which was bad.
No, it's difficult. I think with like voice, you really have to like practice. Like, yeah, I didn't grow up singing like and being a dancer, so I auditioned for West Side Story last year.
Right.
And on the auditions, it said like dancers, you're not required to sing. So we kept on making it through the cuts. By the 3rd or 4th like cut, they're like, okay, make sure next time you're here you have a song ready. And we're like, oh shit. Oh fuck.
I had an infection at the time, and I was like, I can sing for you guys. However, it's not going to sound anything like what I'm going to sound like if I actually sing for you. And they're like, okay, just sing next time. And so the next time, like, we did the dance audition, and he was asked to sing again, and I wasn't. And I was like, so I'm out.
So yeah, like, so
should have just sang.
When I found out about that, I reached out to the artistic director. I'm like, hey, I have no vocal experience. Who do I go to? Like, who's like the best private coach you recommend? So I started taking classes. I made it through one audition and then another one. The last audition was like the most terrifying one. It was like me alone in the studio with the artistic director and the director of music. And they're like, yeah, just sing. And I'm like, I am not a singer.
I love singing, but like when I put on the spot, I lose my voice always. Like when I auditioned for honor choir, because you could like audition to be an honor choir and do more performances, I lost my voice, and somehow I still made it, which is wonderful. But I don't think I made it because of the audition. I think I made it because not enough people auditioned. But like every time I audition for like a musical or something, I lose my voice every time. I'm like, I'm so sorry. Like nerves have gotten to me. I can't sing.
Yeah.
Here's a recording of me singing. I swear if I'm like in a chorus, it's fine. But if you ask me to sing alone, like, no. And I'm not auditioning for a soloist role. Like, I really just want to be in the chorus, please.
But yeah, even like in the chorus, I'm like, man, I'm the weakest link. Like all these people are like vocally trained, and I know I'm off key certain times. And I think that's one thing about being a musician. Like you learn to like hear music, so you know when something's off. And
Oh gosh.
Yeah.
I mean, John doesn't sing. Really.
I've been playing music for a long time, and I can't sing for shit. Like it's.
But you would know like if someone's off key, right? Like you'd be like, they're definitely like.
Yeah. So if I was singing, I would just be in constant disappointment the entire time. So I choose not to. Christina has a beautiful voice.
No,
here, so,
I mean, I get nervous too. So even if I'm singing to one person versus like, 30 people or even more, but God forbid, I'm so nervous that my heart is pounding out of my chest and like my voice starts to shake too. So I have to like slam a couple of shots before I like sing, in a venue or something. Yeah. But of course, if I go in, I've only ever auditioned probably for a musical, maybe like a couple of times, like to be part of the chorus. And like, even there, like they asked me to sing and I'm like, oh my gosh, I don't think I can do this, because you can't go in drunk, like to audition.
One second.
So I was going to ask Rowan and Carlos, when you're doing a dance audition, do you also get really nervous? Like nerves, like as in, do you like physically feel stressed out too?
So I would say for me, when I was personally auditioning the first few times, yes, but I think like with more practice, auditions became easier. It just came depending on what companies. If you go to certain companies, are like improvise, and I'm like, gosh, I don't know how to improvise. I'm used to being told what to do, and
yeah, I think it kind of depends. Like definitely. When I was younger, I was prone to like anxiety attacks, and then I would get like full on hives head to toe. And so I'd be in an audition. I'd be like, I am rashy, and I know I'm not sick. Like it's okay. But I think as you get older, it definitely gets a little bit better, but it also kind of depends on what you're asked for. I know with dance especially, I'm sure with any other art form, but like with dance especially, you're very much kind of held on your own to be able to improve, if that makes sense. Like the amount of growth you get is because of how much effort you put into it and how observant you are and how much you're taking in. And so sometimes you'd go into an audition and you'd be like, we're 2 combinations in and I'm not making it. And so then the rest of the audition was great because you're like, I didn't make it, so it's fine.
Although I think dance can be forgiving. Like it's not like when you're speaking or you're doing like, let's say like an acting audition. With dance, like you mess up, if you're confident and you're like still dancing and nobody knows what's going on, cool. But I think like when there's like public speaking or you're an actor and like you get nervous, your voice starts shaking or your voice drops.
But your muscles can shake with dance too.
Yeah,
like
but no one can see that.
I don't know. I think it's easier for men because like on point shoes, dancing on your toes are a lot less forgiving. And so like at least if you're only dancing within your body's capabilities, you can kind of always control it. But when you have that outside like aspect of like having to dance on your toes with like another tool involved, there's always like a slightly larger margin of error. And so I think, at least for me, like if I'm auditioning for like a program or like a show or something, for some reason, like the pressure always seems slightly less and there's like I'm not as worried. But if I'm auditioning for like a company or like a soloist role, I get so stressed out. I'll be doing moves and I'll be like, I did this 30 seconds ago and I was fine. But now it's like, I look like I've danced for 2 months. Hello? It's been 20 something years, but we're trying.
Let me interject real quick. Rowan and Carlos, the live stream that OBT is doing from last year, were both of you in the Everett and Edmonds performances that they're having people buy tickets for?
Yeah, so we have different casts for each show. So I think for Everett, I was only in the core, and for Edmonds, I had a soloist role, but I don't know for Carlos.
I think for me, I think the only thing that changes, I do like Rat King for one of the shows.
Okay.
Yeah. But other than that,
yeah, I think it also kind of depends on what role you're doing. Like I was lucky the first year I did dance with this company, and this last year we performed, at least for Nutcracker, I was doing a role that I really, really enjoy. And it's like the Spanish variation, which is lovely because you get to be both like powerful and strong and like confident in that position. So there's that level of like sass to your dancing, on top of being like pretty, which I really enjoy. Like I've never thought of myself as like super girly, and so I feel uncomfortable when I'm put in positions where I just have to be like pretty and delicate because I'm not like a super small person. Like I'm small compared to regular people, but for a dancer I am more like muscularly toned and very filled out for my small figure, and so I feel more confident when I'm put in positions where I get to be like strong and powerful and sassy, as opposed to being like small and delicate and like pretty. And so I really enjoy dancing like the Spanish variation because you get to be all those things. Like you get to be confident in your movement, you get to be sassy, you get to enjoy like the little nuances. So that's a role I really felt comfortable in, and so I was happy to be able to do that for a second time this year. But yes, I think going back to the audition thing, it kind of depends on like the situation you're put into. Like this last year in April and March, we were auditioning for Sleeping Beauty, which is a bunch of fairy variations. And of course, those are like delicate and sprightly and quick and like beautiful. And I was like, this is not me, but I'm trying.
yeah, I think for me, it was just like I was dancing the Chinese role, and like Nutcracker is such a racist ballet. Like just because it's so old and it was like, created in Russia. So I
It's
feel like
really cringy.
that year I was just like, man, I'm so sorry to like the Asian community. And then like my director was like, we got to do this. And I'm like, oh, come on, man, kill me on stage. And I just
Yeah, he was like drawing a mustache, and then Carlos drew one, and he was like, it needs to be bigger, and Carlos was like, no.
oh, man. I'm like, and they're like the eyes, you know. I'm like,
And the people doing makeup are of like Asian descent as well, and so it's just.
and
it's
I'd
so
always be
hard.
apologizing, like, I'm so sorry, guys.
It's really offensive, and Carlos was like, I know.
I can't do anything.
Yeah.
The reason I asked that is that I knew that the live stream was still going on, and I saw it because I keep getting the emails. I was thinking, well, maybe I should try to buy one of the performances because I had to pick between Everett or Edmonds, but I was thinking, well, which one are you guys in the most? That's the one I would pick to spend the $25 or what have you to see
Which
it.
one I was most?
I'm definitely more in Edmonds.
Edmonds.
Carlos is great too, so we appreciate the support though. That's amazing. Did you do the interview with Natalie by chance for that video?
I did. Yeah.
Okay, we were curious. We're like, I don't remember this interview happening. Natalie's wonderful and beautiful and everything I aspire to be as a dancer. And if she watches this, I hope she knows that.
You want to hear an interesting story about Natalie? So
Yes.
we did a photo shoot outside of the interview, and so her dad came, which makes sense. And what a fucking small world. So I'm talking to her dad like I normally would, just kind of make everyone feel comfortable. And we're doing some casual shots here in Shoreline. And I mentioned that I used to be a teacher. And then he's like, oh, and I mentioned that he said, like, what districts were you in? I said, I used to be in and blah, blah, blah. And he said, do you know so-and-so? And I'm like, that name sounded really familiar when he said it, and I had to think about it. I said, oh my gosh, she was there my second year teaching. And I said, how do you know her? He said, that's my mom. That's her grandmother. So I actually worked with Natalie's grandmother like in 1994 in the same building, in the same department.
I wasn't even born.
And it's like, oh my gosh. I said, how's your mom doing? And then when we're done, of course, I said, make sure you say hi to your mom and everything for me and your grandmother. But I mean, what a small ass world that, because I had done the OBT interviews, obviously that's how I met Rowan and Carlos and a couple other dancers. And I met Natalie. We were talking about trying to do some sort of photo shoot after that, at that point. And, eventually got together like in October or something. But yeah, it's just so crazy.
She's immunosuppressed, so she's been very careful too. So it's cool that you got to do that.
We talked about that, and I said, I'm moderate risk, and I'm going to make sure that I'm masked up. I'm more than 6 feet away from you. We'll be outside. Bring in whoever you want to be comfortable with you. And truth be told, I've actually offered that to a couple other people, and then they didn't follow up on it. But she did, and we eventually found things, made things work out. And I said, yeah, I understand, if your dad needs to come or mom or whoever, and so no, that's perfectly fine with me. And unfortunately, the day that we got was pretty bad weather-wise. We got like a little pocket of like clear, not rainy weather. But I told us that there's covered areas, so if it is raining, we can still do it, but it's not going to be ideal. But yeah, she was super sweet, and I still remember doing her interview because she had something written in her kitchen, and that's what she was reading from for the last question about like what does OBT mean to you. So for John and Christy and anybody out there watching or listening to this, Olympic Ballet Theater back in, I want to say August, I might be wrong about that, but had asked me to help do some interviews with some of the dancers, so that I think it's actually Carlos who put the video together to help promote the company, maybe get some funds raised, that kind of thing. And so I got a chance to meet some of the different dance people in the company at that point. And I'd done an interview with the co-artistic directors, Oleg and Mara, back in January. So that's how I kind of got hooked in, because I'd seen the Nutcracker last December. So that's all the 6 degrees of separation kind of thing. And Anissa, the people know, I did a written interview with Anissa, and she's been on these things many times, also part of OBT. So I think I did interviews with 5 people that day, and it was supposed to be 6 or something, but somebody dropped out or couldn't do it. And I still, this is a little funny story for Rowan and Carlos, that when the video was done, I saw the email, in my business email. So I was looking at it. So, this was cool, shots around town, and I recognized a lot of the dancers and everybody. And then it finished, and I was like, oh, they didn't even mention me. And then I was like, I swear to you, maybe like an hour later, I got a text from Oleg saying, I am so sorry that somehow we forgot to put you in the credits. And I said, I'm not gonna lie, I actually noticed that, and I put LOL. I was laughing, like it wasn't a huge deal, but I did notice it. And he said, Mark, we're gonna fix that. And I never bothered to follow up to see if they fixed it because it wasn't a huge thing, but it was just kind of funny to me that he noticed that.
Yeah, it's crazy because we were going like messaging back and forth. He's like, "Could you add this? Can you add that?"
Yeah, it was definitely a new experience for our company, and so I think there was a lot of things we just were not prepared for.
Yeah.
We also lost some company members, and then we're trying to be respectful of boundaries with COVID, and yeah, it was definitely an unprecedented time, and so I'm happy that at least got addressed because we really appreciate your work and we're happy to be doing this with you. This has been so nice.
I know that, yeah, especially when I was like trying to edit the video, it was like so much footage and I'm like, man, I don't even know how I'm going to do this with the interviews and I don't know what their vision was. I was trying to figure out the whole...
And like Washington weather, like you said, is so unpredictable. And so there was times where like Carlos was like, I really wish I had been able to like change my exposure for this, or like we had filmed on a camera and not actually a phone and stuff like that. And so it was really just like a big mismatch of footage. And there was an end result, but I think it was definitely like a learning process. And so it'll be exciting to see. We're doing like another virtual thing in February. And so I'm excited to see at least what will come of that and how much growth will show in the difference of like footage and whatnot.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I told Oleg and Mara the same thing. So I understand this is unprecedented and something new that you're trying to do. So just you tell me, what do you need from me? Because I was trying to get details for that stuff for those interviews, and there wasn't really many details. So I'm like, so how long do I have to talk to them? Do I contact them? And what am I supposed to do? And he said, oh no, I'll set it up through Zoom, all the details and everything. So okay, fine, that's great. Just makes my life easier. Just tell me what I need to do. And then he was like texting me all this stuff. I said, can you put this in an email so I have something?
Yeah, I think even after one of the interviews, I was like, damn, fuck, Rowan, I forgot to like thank all the donors. Like I did not mention any of the donors.
Yeah, that was like a one talking point. It was like, make sure that you mentioned that you're thankful of like our sponsors and our donors, which of course, like it makes sense. We are a nonprofit. And so like, that is something you need to definitely mention. But yeah, he was like, I was like, oh, whew, like at least I mentioned that. And Carlos was like, oh no, like I don't think I definitely did not. Like, I don't remember doing that at all. And I was like, it's okay. We interviewed together. I said it. It's fine. Like we're covered.
Well, and some of it too was that at one point Oleg he was kind of watching or listening in on some of the interviews. And at one point he needed to go teach class. So
yeah.
I'm like, that's fine. As long as the dancer comes on and we need to do, I can handle this. That's not a problem. But then one of them, I can't remember who the gal was, but the volume was really low.
Oh, Eliana.
Yeah. He was trying to have her do it again, and then nothing came of that from my end. So I never heard from Oleg about like, hey, you need to redo this interview. I said, because I told him I have time. Just let me know what you want. I'd be happy to help. But
she was so nervous. She was like texting me the whole time. I was like, Eliana, it's gonna be fine.
Yeah, I think I told Oleg, I'm like, hey, I can try to get the audio up, but it's not gonna sound good. Like, it's gonna be bad.
Mm-hmm.
There's also like a big age gap between a lot of the dancers. I feel like I'm one of the only ones who's like in between. We have dancers who are generally like in their later 20s or 30s, and then we have like our trainees, which are usually like fresh out of high school. And so it's interesting to like see the dichotomy between the two. And I think that was kind of semi-reflected in the interviews, whereas like some people were not quite as nervous going into it, whereas others like this was their first time doing it. And so of course there was like slightly more hiccups and whatnot. But it's also funny because, I mean, if you think about it, like those who are younger grew up with technology. And so it was funny to me to like get the text of like, I'm so nervous and like, how do I do this? And I'm like, it's like, you FaceTime more than I do. Like, it's going to be okay. But at the same time, like we've been doing job interviews for God knows how long, and how much different is like a job interview than an interview on your like personal hobbies and personal life and whatnot.
Yeah, I hate public speaking, so
I don't mind it at all, but obviously I talk a lot. So
it's crazy. You hear about people would rather die or like than do public speaking.
Uh-huh.
Like,
I feel like I know.
People feel like dying in the moment. I think. Yeah.
I didn't like it when I was like, I think in junior high and like starting in high school. And then as I got older, I had to do it a lot more. And now I'm like I don't really care. People are going to hear me. I'm not going to ever see them again. It's fine.
Definitely like a confidence thing, I think, for me. Like if I'm really confident about the subject matter, like then I'll be a lot more articulate. But then depending on what we're talking about, like I will trip over my words so easily.
I'm like, I don't want to say the wrong thing and sound like an idiot.
Yeah.
I had to do so much presenting in college that I think I got over it a lot. I also did a couple of like scholarship things that, like, one of them was like a scholarship pageant and the other one was like a scholarship competition. And so you're like live interviewed on stage. And I think that helped me get over like a lot of it. Was like, all right, this is the scariest, most intimidating experience I've been in. Nothing's going to compare to that. Like, it's fine.
Like, even, what Rowan says about her father, like how his interview process goes. Or my friend who's like a UX researcher. She's like, oh, yeah, our interview process is like a 3 to 4 hour presentation. I'm like,
yeah, my dad's in graphic design.
What? I would never, I'm not going to never do that because I don't like public speaking.
And he's like run his own company for years, but is now in like senior level. On most companies. My father's 55, so he's like, I've got like 5-10 years left on my career. So when he interviews for a position, it's like, senior level management, generally speaking, or like a lead in a team. But yeah, it's always like, oh yeah, do a 4-hour presentation. And I'm like, okay, I don't mind public speaking, but like 4 hours.
All right, no matter how interesting the subject is, 3 to 4 hours is a lot of time.
Right? Like, I don't even like writing 100-page or like 300-word paper. What is it? I don't know. Like 3-page papers. Like, that's enough. I don't need to go to 5 pages.
Yeah.
I can't imagine like a 4-hour presentation. How many pages is that?
Yeah.
How many words is that?
I had a college professor be like, yeah, to be honest, you just need 3 pages to get your point across.
Yeah.
Everything after that, you're just regurgitating the same thing over and over. Like,
anytime I had a 5-page paper, it was like, how can I reword something? Can I restate this 5 times? Perfect.
Yeah. We've had meetings at work about, we have very in-depth documents, which is great, everyone, but we could have it under 10 pages. Like, where a lot of them were reaching 50 pages.
Oh my god.
And we're supposed to review it within an hour.
I mean, I usually read like the terms and conditions for everything, and I would be very happy if they were shorter.
Yeah.
I was telling you, there's a website that tells you now, like,
trust, don't trust.
I just go accept cookies, and
right, otherwise it doesn't work. Like, you have to accept it.
Well, now it's really nice. You can like go through if you don't accept the cookies. Generally, you can accept like certain ones, which I appreciate. I'm like, I don't want you to be able to post on my Facebook, but if you need my email address, that's fine.
Yeah.
I was laughing earlier when Rowan was saying her dad's 55. Like, Jesus Christ, I'm 50.
Yeah, my parents were born in 65, so yeah, they just turned 55.
Good God.
I don't know the ages of people generally because I have 4 siblings. I generally just know what years they were born, and it's a lot easier to do it that way.
Yeah.
Well, and again, I keep going back to this, but Christiane will appreciate this. When it comes to presentations, I had to do one at my former employers for like 2.5 hours on a Wednesday in the afternoon, and I was the last speaker to train a bunch of college students. And I saw that time slot. I was like, are you kidding me? What am I supposed to do? They're going to be completely brain dead at that point. We're seeing a bunch of PowerPoints and a bunch of people.
You walk in and you see the look in their eyes, and you're like, I'm also sorry.
Yeah, absolutely. Because for myself personally, I can last maybe an hour, and then I start to tune out. So I'm like, what the hell am I going to do for 2.5 hours? I'm supposed to teach them behavior management and classroom management skills in that time when they're like completely checked out. So I still remember this, and it's funny because some of the college students told me after the fact that I was the one that made them pay attention. So I remember asking our team. I said, "Do we have any kind of mic or microphone system or something in here?" And it's, "Oh yeah, we have a wireless mic that you can use." I said, "Get that ready because I'm going to need it." And so instead of being over here at the podium and having my PowerPoint and turning the lights down and having people snooze on me or whatever, the lights were completely on. I didn't use a PowerPoint, and I turned it into like a game show. So I literally got into their rows, like right in their face with this microphone, asking them questions about things, and I made them have to like stand up and like, pay attention to things. I said, I explained to them, so I completely understand if you guys are completely just zoned out, don't give a shit what I'm talking about. But I'm telling you, the information I have is really important for you. So this is what I'm going to do to try to get you engaged. So if I got to come into your face, I'm going to do it. And it worked because, well, a year later, I remember her name was Alex, was saying, Mark, you're the only person during that presentation when I first got trained for blah, 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 that you made me actually learn something. And I said, well, that's good because they put me in the worst possible position. It's like, why would you do that to me? And I wasn't even a manager at that point. I was just a coordinator. But I knew how I was, and I have enough empathy for people to say, look, once we get done with this, you're free to go. So, hang in there with me. But then also understand that when you're dealing with these kids, when they show up and you start texting me about, Mark, I got a problem with so-and-so. Well, you know what? I actually talked about that during our training. Do you remember anything I talked about? Or you just want me to come fix it? It's like, oh, well, so this actually helps me out too. So let's all kind of be on the same page here. But I'll never forget that. Then when I saw that email from our team saying, Mark, you got this date, this block of time, like, holy shit.
Although they say like the first person who speaks also with like performance as well, but like the first and the last person are who like an audience most remembers. And so if you think about it, like, yes, going on last sucks, but at the same time, like, you are probably some of the information they retain the most. So it's nice that you made the most of it.
Well, I appreciate that, and that is actually true. I was just concerned because the first Monday that they did this training, they made all of us sit down in the back to listen to it. I was falling asleep. So I'm like, what am I going to do on a Wednesday when I got to be up there? And yeah, I'm not the best public speaker, but I spoke enough just from my teaching background to kind of know, hey, yeah, let's kind of get engaged with some things. And yeah, you're not going to hide from me way up there in the back. I see you. Here, I can tell you this now too. This is so funny to me. So again, a lot of colleges are kind of dozing off. They're like they're not paying attention. The first student that I picked on, well, I'll say picked on in quotes. And he turned out to be a great guy, great teacher, and everything, but he was telling me that he was actually working as a mercenary in the military. And so of all the fucking people that I picked on, I picked on the merc. Like,
I'm not trying to die, but hello, please answer my question.
Yeah, I was like, please don't find out where I live and try to shoot me from afar or anything like that. But yeah, it's my typical Mark luck that I picked, the most dangerous person in the classroom.
Imagine the stories he could tell, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know that I'd ever be able to shoot a person, ever, unless in extreme circumstances. I'm very anti-violence. And so, yeah, I'd be curious to see, like, what kind of stories they have to tell.
Well, he had some stories. Yeah. Mm-hmm. He had stories, and there was actually another guy there that I got to know well who was an Army Ranger. And great, again, another great staff member for me. And actually, Christy, I think you actually knew him. I'll tell you offline if you want to know who it was. But he had stories of his time overseas in the Middle East. And it got to a point when I'm not going to incriminate anything, but he told me something that I was a little concerned about when he came back to the States. And so I had to actually have a one-on-one with him to say, is everything clear and that you're okay with, you've dealt with this issue so that you're not going to have it here, because we are working with kids and teenagers, and I can't have you like somehow flashing back to Iraq and going ballistic. And luckily he had been through enough programs and things to kind of have everything together. But it did concern me when he said that. It's basically that sometimes when he would be going down a freeway like I-5, he'd start flashing back to being back in Iraq. I'm like, oh, what do you mean, like shooting people like from your helicopters and your planes and stuff? He's like, yeah. And I was like, okay, yeah, we need to. That's why I actually had a talk with my boss and then talk with him and work it out. And it turns out it was fine. He was a great asset to our program. But those are some of those kind of uncomfortable conversations you have to have with people that you would never think you'd have to have.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's hard, yeah. I can only imagine.
Yeah. I've had a lot of wonderful, difficult, uncomfortable conversations with adults.
That's his life.
Yeah, I'll probably have more with these new jobs coming, or at least one of the jobs coming up. It'll be with high school kids. John, how long has your hair been like that?
That's a great transition, by the way. I think
Quarantine haircuts.
since August, maybe
No.
a little before that,
Oh, you mean
when I could tie it up.
he hasn't cut the top of his hair since quarantine. So it's
okay.
grown
May,
out.
yeah.
Yeah, since
Christina has actually been shaving the sides of my head
Got it.
for now. Yeah, but it is much longer now.
oh my gosh.
Oh, it's really long.
That's pretty
I did the opposite. I was like, I'm not going to be performing this year. Let's cut it all out.
Yeah, I actually grew out my hair in college, and like when I met Christiana, I started growing out my hair, and she commented, yeah, you don't need it that long.
No, it wasn't me. It wasn't me. We were in a bar.
Oh yeah.
We were in a bar, and the bartender was, because John was turning around. He had a ponytail,
Bar stool,
and he was turned around because he was talking to one of his friends. And then the bartender came up and was like, "What can I get you, ladies?" And then John turns around and he's like, "Oh, what can I get you? What can I get you?"
I felt bad for him, and it was pissed at the same time. Like, I get it, but no. He was really just like, what can I get you?
Yeah. It was okay.
Yeah.
Because it was because it wasn't shaved on the sides or anything. Yeah. It was like a full head of hair. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And we're kind of the same size, so it's like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do think there's more leniency with like men's hair length recently, which is exciting.
Mm-hmm.
My mom is also a hairdresser, and so it's been exciting to see like a change after so long. I feel like in my lifetime, I mean, I grew up in like the late 90s to early 2000s, and so it was like frosted tips to bowl cuts.
Oh my gosh, yes.
To man buns, to super slicked, and now it's like long again. And I'm all for long hair as long as you get it like styled. It's the like just long grown out. There's no real thing going on that gets me. I'm like, you can have long hair as long as you know how to take care of it. Like, I am not against the long hair, just like conditioner and some layers would be great. So I don't know. That's exciting. Way to go.
Yeah, thank you. I didn't think I would grow out my hair again. So
it takes a lot of patience. Like, I cut my hair chin length, I think shorter than chin length in like June?
Oh wow.
And now it's
Oh
wow.
Yeah.
That's much. Yeah.
It's getting there. But I'm like, I'm just gonna cut it all off. Over it. But we're performing in February, so I can't. It's gotta be long.
Yeah.
We're on that. Go ahead, John.
Oh, sorry. I'm just saying that this wasn't patience. It was just laziness. So yeah.
I also go back and forth, like, between coloring my hair and not. Like, I was born with red hair, and then it turned blonde when I was, like, 2 or 3. And then once I was, like, 16, 17, my mom was like, if you want to color your hair, like, whatever. And so it's been red for a really long time, and this is the first time I've been, like, blonde in a really long time. I went back, like, once around my senior year of high school, but generally I dye it red. And it's funny, as soon as I get to, like, the blonde that I, like, desire, I'm like, okay, it can be red again. It was like it's a fun sequence of back and forth. And I'm like, maybe I'll dye it if I can't cut it.
Now, Rowan, I have a question just for in general for ballerinas. If you like had a short cropped hairstyle, could you still be a ballerina? Because what's the deal with them growing out the hair so long and having to do it in the style that they do?
It kind of depends. Like, if you're given a contract, generally you have to stick with it. And so it's like upkeeping the appearance you were hired under.
Mm-hmm.
So like there's been a couple times when I've dyed my hair that I've had to reach out to my directors and be like, is this going to be okay? Or I've gotten a tattoo since I was hired, and I made sure that like that was going to be okay going forward. I do think there's a little bit more leniency with like modern dance or even like European dancers. I've seen a lot more European dancers with short hair. And I think if you're in a bigger company, there's more like means to have like a full hair and makeup team to be able to like outfit you with like a wig or something like that.
I also feel like if you're a principal,
yes,
you have more leniency. Like if you're part of the group,
like the core, yeah,
you have to look the same like everyone else. But like if you're a principal, I think you get more leniency.
Yeah, like I'm just part of the course. So I think a lot of it is like being uniform with the other dancers. But I sometimes am lucky enough to be able to perform like soloist roles. But at the same time, yeah, it's definitely like upkeeping kind of a general standard. And with each show, oftentimes you're asked to do different hairstyles. And so having length gives you a lot more flexibility to be able to do those for yourself, especially if you're in a smaller company and you're doing your own hair and makeup, which we generally are doing. I think the men get their makeup done, but we generally do our own hair and makeup.
Okay.
You do your
Good night, Tony. Thanks for hanging in there over on the East Coast. Have a
Hi, Tony. Good to see you again. Talk to you
good
again.
night. Hope that your Steelers do well. Kind of half-heartedly saying that, but enjoy your Sunday. Have a good night. Okay, I was just curious. Anytime I've seen anyone that does ballet from any level on the female side, that though they have really long hair when they're not performing. So I kept thinking, what if you have short hair? Is that even allowed?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think generally, as long as it's like past your shoulders, it's long enough. I've gone back and forth. When I was in like junior high school, I kept my hair like chin length. But I think if you're going to put it up, it needs to be past your shoulders. And if you're going to put it up like effectively, if it's like around like chest height is a good length. But a lot of dancers wear their hair a lot longer because you get like a lot more fullness in your updos. And so when you put your hair back, you don't just look like bald. I think that's a lot of it. It's like you don't have a bun that's like this big. You have like a real like substantial bun.
I also think it depends on like what type of caliber the company is. Like if you're dancing for a big company, like let's say P&B, I'm sure like they have their hair people. Like if you have short hair, they can do some extensions right away.
Yeah, they generally have like hair people, makeup people, and costumers. Whereas we right now have costumers, and then sometimes we'll have like character specific makeup artists.
Yeah. Like I have friends who dance for San Francisco Ballet and they're like, yeah, we get our haircut specific for the roles. We get our makeup done. I'm like, man, that's so nice. And
yeah, I think I kind of lucked out. Like my mom, like I said, teaches special education, but she also went to cosmetology school. And so I think I learned a lot of things kind of inherently, but then as I got older, like just wanted to know a lot of things and grew up in the time of the internet. And so learned a lot of those skills. And so it's been nice to be able to like know how to do hair and know how to do makeup. And I've done like weddings for my friends and I've helped a lot of the other dancers. And so I think that's nice. Generally, at least there's like someone in the dressing room who knows what they're doing.
Okay. And then Carlos, if you're a guy in the ballet world, what if you're like me? Are you kind of screwed or can you... Does it go back to the whole thing about depending on what level of company you're with?
It's weird because I think there's a kid at Olympic. He's one of the younger boys. He has long hair, but they gave him a wig.
For short hair.
I mean, I died. I laughed at him, and I'm like, this is hilarious. But it's like, I think
it's nice that they're like giving him the opportunity to keep the long hair, even though that's not what they're aesthetically looking for.
But I think that if like you really had like short hair or bald, I think that, they would give you like a wig or something.
Okay.
Yeah, because I feel like unless you're like a principal dancer, like
I think a lot of it has to do not with just like what they're looking for, but also stage lights.
Yeah.
Like I know that having light colored hair, I shade in with like a makeup color, like the thin spots in my hair. So I don't look that like my forehead extends to like back here.
Okay.
That way, like, I get a line, and it's not just like forehead for forever. And there are girls with a lot lighter hair than me, and so they really make sure they're shading in those areas.
Yeah.
So I think it's just like you look like a human and not an alien under the stage lights kind of thing.
And I think Oleg for guys, I think Oleg prefers longer hair on the men,
Not like longer hair,
but fuller.
full hair. Yeah, so you don't have like shaved sides, and it doesn't look thin. And
He doesn't like short hair on men on stage.
Okay. Yeah, these are the things that go through my head when I used to, review the P&B, and when I went to OBT and started thinking about things like, what happens if you're not like this? Because I kind of see uniformity, across the ballet community, and it's like, well, yeah. What if you are bald, or what if if you're a female and you have short cropped hair? What do you do? And I didn't know if it was to a point where they're not going to hire you if you're like that.
Yeah.
Like depending on the level, they can kind of work with it.
I mean, I think it's also like a good thing to point out that like the ballet community right now in general is trying to branch out a lot more. And they're trying to create a space for like difference from the norm. I think a lot of the times people of color have really been put in a position where they feel not welcome. And so there's a big movement right now to like address ballets like the Nutcracker, where things are very racist and roles are very like stereotypicalized, and really kind of readdress those and make it relevant in today's time, and to see like African American dancers and make it okay for them to be wearing point shoes that are their skin color and tights that are their skin color, and not pink tights so their legs all look the same. Because in theory, like tights and shoes are made to extend your leg line, and if you're put in a color that's different than your skin, yes, you're blending in with those around you, but it's not extending a line. And so it's nice to kind of see recently there have been a lot of movements, I think especially with the kind of influx of support of the Black Lives Matter movement. There's been a real big influx of support in dance for people of color as well. And so it's been exciting to see those kind of changes slowly get there. I know there's been a couple petitions going around with Nutcracker specifically, especially with Yellowface and whatnot. And so it's slow. I mean, ballet is a very traditional thing, and I think with a lot of things rooted in like deep traditions, it's a slow process, but it's exciting to see the change. And it's exciting to kind of like be a part of it and witness history and see how that makes a difference. It's nice to see that change is happening.
Great.
This is super interesting to hear, like all of the, especially like the details and the logistics of like, like from the hair to the, makeup, and to, just hearing you talk about like bringing in more diversity, into like a kind of this very traditional, art, that like other art styles eventually need to evolve, I guess, and like kind of like upgrade with the times, I guess.
Yeah,
if that makes sense. Yeah,
but it's frustrating, like especially large companies that are like just meeting like diversity standards and having those be addressed. Like it's exciting to see that it's not just like, oh, we have people of color because that's what's thought is required of us, and we're hiring people of color because they're talented and should be here, and this is what we're looking for is talented dancers and not someone who fits like a specific mold. And so it's really exciting to like see that shift.
It's really cool.
Yeah, it's like very hopeful. I'm happy that like dance is in kind of this weird kind of limbo. A lot of arts in general, I think, are in a really big limbo kind of pre-Renaissance time right now, and I'm excited to see the kind of shifts that will happen going forward.
Yeah,
I think it's really time to like reevaluate.
Oh, absolutely.
Great time too.
Yeah, I was just reading on Twitter, like Asian Twitter kind of went a little bit. They went off because there's this movie called Minari, which is it has Steven Yeun in it.
Heard about that.
Yeah, and it's pretty much a story about like a Korean family that immigrates to the United States, to Arkansas, to kind of build their life there. And the Golden Globes decided to make it eligible for the foreign language film because most of the film, like I would say, I think more than 50% of the film is in Korean, but the production company is American, the actors are Asian American, like the story, I believe, was written by probably an American person as well. So it just kind of like completely became
the stories about the American
the
dream.
stories about an American dream. And then so like the whole, so it kind of blew up, this whole like the whole concept of this, just like, what is the Golden Globes these days? Like, what should it like change over to? Like, how should it progress? And like, and that was a really interesting conversation to follow.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I can chime in on that because I've been trying to interview Andrew Fung, who's on Kim's Convenience, which is a popular sitcom from Canada. So they're on Netflix. They're on their like 5th season in January, what have you. And he's been super, super busy, but I haven't given up. I'm going to get him at some point. But anyway, he was posting about that exact same thing, about saying, what's it going to take when you have something that's clearly about the American experience, and then you want to put it into a foreign category. So yeah, we're making some strides somewhere in some places, but in other places we're not making them yet. You have to keep chipping away at it. But yeah, he's been posting a lot of stuff about that particular film.
It's really frustrating too to like be in a country where we don't have like a nationally declared language, and for people to just take things and be like, no, that's not American, like that's not ours. And I'm like, actually, it is though. Like,
who speaks American?
What is American? We haven't declared anything's American.
Yeah, I was telling somebody that we're really like, in the small sense, we're like Europe, because if you've never been to the United States, we're really different countries. I mean, if you go to the South, if you go to Texas, it's its own freaking country by itself. You got the West Coast, and you've got the Midwest, and you've got the East Coast.
The fact that we're one big country really astounds me sometimes. I'm like, but why? Like, we should just break up. Like, it would be better for everyone, I think. You already disagree. It's going to be fine.
I was trying to explain to one of these international bands that had not been here yet. So, like, you might be able to tour maybe the West Coast, once we get past COVID and that kind of thing. But maybe the Bible Belt, depending on this band's kind of controversial, you may not find any venues that are going to book you. Or if they do, you're going to have all kinds of problems down there. Like, what are you talking about? Aren't you all kind of the same? It's like, no, trust me, we're a fucking huge country. And again, picture Europe. Like, if you're in Finland, is that the same as Spain? No, not at all. So
yeah,
use the same viewpoint when you're coming to America, that if you think you're in New York and that's going to be the same as Wyoming, no, not at all. And they didn't understand it at all. They just thought we're all kind of the same, whatever they've been fed on movies and TV over in Europe, that this is how we are. It's like, no, it's very, very different. Even
like how much religion has such a big influence too. Like, I grew up without it, and I didn't realize that it was like such a big part of our culture until we started saying like the Pledge of Allegiance every single day. And I was like, this makes me uncomfortable. I don't really want to say it. And teachers were like, you have to. Yeah. So they're like, I mean, I am a white heterosexual woman, and so I come from a certain place of privilege, and I already like feel uncomfortable going to the South, so I can only imagine like other people's experience. Like, I've always dreamed of going to like New Orleans or Louisiana, and I feel like there are different parts of Texas that would be awesome to visit just for like food and culture alone. But at the same time, I'm like, I don't know that I would feel super welcome there. And so I can only imagine like people who come from another experience than myself, like how uncomfortable they would feel.
We did a Google search of like, because when we were like thinking of places to like go potentially live, we were like, oh, best places to live in America. And and there were like a lot of cities kind of like sprawled amongst the US. And then we like typed in another search term, best cities to live in America for Asians. And then it like was all California. There was like majority of California, and West Coast and like a little bit of East Coast, but it was like nothing in the middle. Yeah. So I was like, oh, this is weird.
Wow.
Awkward, but kind of understand too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What have you ever seen those like New York Times posts or like news posts where it's like what people are going to look like in like 20 to 50 years? And it's like all like intermixed people anyway. And I'm like, why are we so worried right now when this is what we're going to see in like 20 years? Like, just get over it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know some folks. Like one of my friends is from Missouri. There's another one that's from Georgia, and hearing their experiences growing up there, I'm like, I can't relate to it at all. But it also makes me think like I don't have any interest in ever visiting those areas either, based on being they're both people of color. It's like, yeah, I guess I'm pretty good over here, but it's also kind of scary at the same time. Like if you are going to do something, like say if I don't know if you're in a band that travels or if you're dancers that travel in the troupe, you're going to be in some. And actually, now I think about it, Eva and Emma from the Phantom of the Opera, who I had on a fun table session together, they were talking about that. When they went to certain small towns, the crowds were really, really great because they don't get a lot of that kind of stuff coming to town. But at the same time, boy, the issues that were there in that town were right in their face. And Eva's from Portugal. She's got a Portuguese background. So they just assumed that she was white. And yeah, she's very, very conscious of societal issues and, what's going on in the present day and all that kind of thing. So yeah, I think it's so weird that I remember things from a fun table back in September, and I can't remember what I did yesterday. But yeah, just kind of I just won't think about those things. But yeah, if you're touring around, and in their case, they were touring around for 2 years around all over America. They got to see some of the best parts and some of the not so good parts of America. And I'm like, yeah. And bands, same way. They've told me all kinds of stories about shit that they've dealt with. I don't ever think about that. Some club owner that's completely racist won't pay them because they've got a black member in their band. I was like, who does that? But I guess it still happens.
It's just like baffles me. Like, I understand that these things are still happening, but I think, especially living on the West Coast, you like get a little bit of not like a blindness to it, but I think in general we tend to be a little bit more accepting, and so sometimes I can forget that like this is a real reality for like 80% of America.
It's also interesting that we're a country that talks about like spreading freedom everywhere. And
really, we're spreading Christianity, though.
Look at America.
Think about it.
For years,
And then
people of color have fought in wars for freedom, and then come back to the U.S. for prejudice. Like,
it's so frustrating.
Yeah, I've commented on that quite a bit with Christiana a lot of times. Something that's built on a lot of oppression.
My favorite is missionary trips. Like,
oh yeah. Really? Yeah.
Colonialism.
Well, I remember that story that was in the news when that one missionary guy went to some island that had never seen like a foreign person. This was like a year or 2 years ago.
Oh my God.
And then they killed him. And it's like, well, the fucker shouldn't have been there. I mean, that's what it comes to. If he was trying to spread Christianity to that particular island that had not seen any kind of foreigner in many, many years. And so they just viewed him as an enemy, and so they killed him. Yeah,
that's what God wanted, though.
He got so many warnings too. It's like, don't go there.
Mm-hmm.
You will die.
Yeah. Yeah, other people knew exactly, John. Other people knew that you're taking your life into your hands if you decide to try to spread the word to that place. We're all warning you right now. Don't go there. Go somewhere else. And he still went there. And then, I guess he's side by side with God or whatever.
But you have to think, at the end of the day, that's what God wanted.
Oh. Brutal truth.
Not to be dark, but
yeah.
That's some crazy stuff.
Yeah.
I think that spirituality can benefit people to an extent, but there has to be a line. And it's not something that's a great fit for me. And if it works for some people, wonderful. But I do think that there is a lot of offshoots that go so far.
Yeah.
So much so far.
When spirituality kind of fuels prejudice and other things that encroach on other people, yeah, that's kind of a bad thing, right? And which a lot of people use that as an excuse for. It's like, well, this is what I believe. I believe in being an asshole, so I'm gonna do that. Right?
So, like, you're surrounded by humans every day, and why would you not be like, if anything, at the end of the day, like a humanist? Like I just like how more people are like spiritual about the fact that we are all humans is insane to me.
That's called logic.
Yeah,
A lot of people don't. Like, yeah.
You're making too much sense. Stop it.
My friends are gonna hate me. I have a lot of Christian friends.
Well, I'm of the same thing. I've got some family members that are very, very Christian, and I'm fine with it because it works for them. It keeps them on a certain path. It makes them make certain decisions that seem to be for the greater good of people. I have no problem. But when they start trying to putting on me, that's when I have an issue with it. And it could be the same thing if you're a Satanist or anything else. I mean, if that works for you and makes you lead a fairly productive life, then I'm fine with it. But if it's hurting you or hurting me, or you're trying to convert me to something, we're going to have an issue. And I think one of the saddest things I've ever seen, and unfortunately, personally, was when I've seen some of our family members were trying to convert a family member who was very much up in age that was going to be passing soon, and trying to convert them to Christianity. It's like, well, at that point, they don't give a shit. I mean, they don't even know what's going on. I mean, faculty-wise, I'm like, why are you even trying to do this? They've never been a Christian their entire life, and now in their last 3 months of living, you're trying to do this change, and it's so wrong. And I remember talking to my particular family member who did have his faculties and say, "Are you okay with so and so doing this?" And it's like, Mark, at this point, I don't care.
It just seems so selfish, though. It's definitely for them and not for the person they're intending good onto. It's your own wishes that you're going to end up in the same place and not their wishes.
Yes.
It's very much a selfish place, even though you mean well.
Yeah, Rowan, you said exactly what I thought, and that's exactly right. And once my family members, Mark, I don't care at this point. I know I don't have much longer to go. I'm like, okay, I'll swallow that a little bit better, not totally, but a little bit better. But if you fight it and you don't want this, then I will fight for you. But so you're to the point that he was ready to make peace, which is that he's going to be passing pretty soon. So
he's like, I have 3 months, it's fine.
Yeah, and it's just kind of fucked up that someone gets so wrapped up in their personal things that they're trying to put it on somebody else, especially in that moment. It's like, I hope anyone watching this, don't ever do that to me. If I'm in my deathbed and you're saying, Mark, don't you want to find Jesus and find God? Fuck you. I don't want to do that kind of stuff. So that's fine for you. Again, that's not a problem. But I don't
find Jesus.
Yeah, I don't want that for me. I don't care who I see in the afterlife if there is one. But don't try to change me at that moment because I'm weak and vulnerable at that point.
There's a lot of John's family is very Catholic, and I'm like, I have no religion. I'm probably agnostic or something. But at one point, during some family dinner, John's mom was like, "Hey, Christiana, want to become Catholic?" And I'm like, what? It was we were on the way out. We were about to go home, and she's like, "Want to become a Catholic?" And I was like, I don't really think so. I mean, I follow my own moral codes. I have my own set of rules, and I also know, and a lot of other Catholics have told me, it's a lot of work to go to school.
It's a lot to become a Catholic. Yeah.
So I like how that was just kind of just become a Catholic or not, whatever, you can just say yes or no right now.
You're a Catholic. Yeah, I grew up with a lot of religious friends, and I've been to a lot of different churches. I've been to Episcopalian and Lutheran and Mormon and Christian and Catholic, and it's just I don't feel like I'm missing out. I'm fine with my life the way it is, and I'm happy that it works for some people, and I'm happy that it brings them peace. But yes, there definitely has to be a line.
Yeah, like you're saying, I mean, everybody has their different life experience and backgrounds and their wants and needs, and if it works for them, it works for them. I don't like pushing my I don't like pushing stuff onto other people. I guess I've always told John, and I've told other people, my biggest rule of my life, of my ethics, is don't infringe upon someone else's life. If you're gonna do something to yourself or for yourself, it's don't like mess up someone else's along the way.
Yeah, I feel like it's such like a personal experience. I feel like I've never been like, hey, you shouldn't be religious to someone, you know? Also, Captain Blackwood is headed out. So.
Thanks for sticking around.
Yeah. Thanks, Captain Blackwood.
Yeah, I feel like this has been a long one, so thank you.
Yeah.
Have a good night and a good weekend. And if I don't see you, Happy New Year. So thanks for hanging out with us tonight.
On Thursday.
Thanks for mentioning that, Ron. I haven't been paying attention. I think too much alcohol or something. I'm just kind of zoning out. But yeah, I'm on the same type of things. Like, do you, whatever works for you, that's great. And just kind of stay in your lane in that sense. And that doesn't mean that I won't listen to somebody. And I talked about this during one of the other fun tables, that one of the hardest things for me this year has been trying to understand someone else's point of view that I don't agree with. And, if we're talking about election, if we're talking about Black Lives Matter, if we're talking about any of that kind of stuff, it's been so controversial. And I immediately want to dig my heels in and say, you're wrong, you're a fucking idiot, or whatever it is, wearing a mask, not wearing a mask. But I have to try to take some time to actually understand where they're coming from. And if it's somebody reasonable, great. If they're not, then if they have personal attacks, that's totally different. But if they can actually kind of try to tell me this is why I'm doing this and this is why I believe this way, then I may still not agree with it, but at least I kind of know where they're coming from, because it's become so, and we all know this, the last 4 years, it's been so fucking divisive here that it's just gotten worse and worse and worse. It's like, how do we eventually come to some sort of commonality? And it's going to take a long ass time, and some people may never get there because they don't agree with it. And I see stuff all over social media all the time. It's like, yeah, but you're actually becoming exactly what you hate. If I see somebody who's maybe liberal and they start to, well, I'm going to do this and this and this, I'm like, but that's exactly what you don't like about the other side. Mm-hmm. So at some point, and I'm not saying you need to forgive anybody, but you got to at least figure out a way to use your brain and maybe listen a little bit, try to check your emotions. And it ain't easy. Trust me, it's not easy. But at least kind of understand where they're coming from, and then maybe like, well, at least I have that knowledge piece. I still don't agree with you. I still think you're an idiot, but at least I know. And again, for me doing interviews with guests, trust me, pre-show, I've been surprised by some people that are like, oh, geez, I didn't realize they thought that way. And then here I am going to go live in 10 minutes with them. and I got to talk to them. I'm like, oh, okay, well, let's just stay with the movie. Let's stay with the band. Let's stay with what they do. And that's very true, because I don't want to make them look bad. I still have a job to do. And even if personally I'm like, I'm 180 degrees away from you, And one of the best, I don't want to say best, but one of the people that I really admire was completely like that. He was telling me all this stuff in his country that I completely like. I was ready to punch him in the face, kind of thing, if I was close to him. And he was getting me so worked up, and I'm thinking, Jesus Christ, I got to figure out how to calm myself down in about 5 minutes because I got to go live with this dude. And then the interview was great. Everything sounded nice, and we're talking things that I love about his band and what he does as a musician and everything. But then once we were done, I was so glad to take out my earbuds and I'm fucking done with that one. And these are little tidbits that people don't realize. But I just had to make sure that I did the right thing by him. But when I think about him now, it's like, I don't view you the same way I did. At least I know where you stand. But I was so surprised by it. And man, he went off on all kinds of stuff. I'm just kind of like smiling and nodding, that kind of stuff. And in my head, I'm like, yeah, you're a fucking crazy nut job.
I do think it's like super informational though, especially like I didn't grow up with religion at all. And so when I was in 3rd grade, someone asked me if I believed in God, and I was like, I have no idea who you're talking about.
Who's this dude?
Sure, like I believe in Santa, I believe in fairies. Like, why not? Let's throw them in the mix. Like, okay. They're like, you do. And I was like, I don't know, but okay. And so, I mean, like you said, I think it's really important to find that middle ground and to listen and to like inform yourself to be able to form either a stronger opinion or a stronger argument, depending on like how you're trying to pose yourself for the upcoming situation. But I think being open-minded makes you a much better, well-rounded individual. And so I think that's really important. And we're losing a lot of that middle ground. I would say friends on either side and not very many in the middle. And so it's nice to know that people are trying to be mindful and trying to be open-minded, like you say you are trying to as well. Like, it gives me a lot of hope that people are being mindful of that and trying to put themselves in that position, however uncomfortable it may make them.
Well,
I'm trying to put myself in, and so it's nice to know that there are like other people out there.
well, I appreciate that, and I can only say that the reason I've done that is because of these, because I have to talk to people that are from literally around the world, and then some of their fans are starting to follow me, so I get DMs and all this other kind of shit. Well, I shouldn't say shit, but other kind of messages from people, and I have to kind of start really checking myself. It's like, what do I believe in, and then am I willing to listen to somebody else on the other side? And sometimes I'll be honest, sometimes I'm not. I was like, I'm not in the mood to listen to your babble about whatever, election fraud and all this other shit. And then other times, like, no, I need to listen, especially if it's live. That's happened to me when some people have come on and they start talking about all kinds of things that I don't agree with. And I'm like, okay, you have to say your piece, but that also means I can say my piece. And so if we have a mutual respect, that's okay. But again, if we get beyond the respect issue, then I've got a huge problem with you. And so you might think maybe like with the arts community that a lot of people might be more liberal. Not necessarily. I found that out the hard way.
Yeah.
This is the gift my mom gave Carlos. How do I do it?
Oh,
Whoa.
I wonder if it'll come through on the screen. Can you see him sparking?
Sparking, yeah. Wow. Pretty amazing, actually.
He spits fire and walks because those are his two best abilities.
Gizmo hates it.
Yeah, my cat really doesn't like it.
Oh no.
She keeps trying to attack him, but yes, I thought that was pretty fitting for our conversation.
That's great.
It was. Well, what do you? I mean, yeah, this has been a great conversation tonight. But what are you guys looking? I mean, besides the obvious of having the live events or whatever come back next year, but what else are you looking forward to in 2021, which is going to be here in about 6 days or whatever?
It's crazy.
Like upset by the fact that it's coming so soon, but it's fine. Got a whole year to prepare for it.
I'm kind of curious to see how things are gonna evolve. It's because we've had so much change in such short little time.
I think it's definitely been a great opportunity for people to get closer, but also for like mistrust to increase. And so I'm curious to see like the societal shift, if people are going to be better at communicating, but also more awkward in public. But I'm also really excited to see like what new opportunities it will bring. Like I said, this has kind of been a year of closure in a sense for like restaurant work for Carlos and I. And so it's exciting to see what direction like dance and the arts will kind of go in, as well as like what direction life will take us from this point forward. I'm excited to pursue new things and to go back to school. That's definitely something I'm hoping for 2021. Was not able to find a program that was a great fit for me this year. And so I'm hoping as things potentially open a little bit further that I'll be able to find something where hands-on programs are kind of happening a little bit more, which is the kind of thing that I strive in a little bit better, and see what kind of opportunities that has for me. And so I'm excited to kind of move into a new chapter in life.
Okay.
Sorry, my cat is playing with something and I'm really distracted. Rambly, that's
She
why.
got the little light stand thing, and I was like, how did she get that?
I don't even know. We have like a little donut that fits between the flash. Is that what you call it? Or is it just a light?
The light.
The like photography light and the tripod. There's like a little donut that sits between them.
Oh, okay.
And she found it and she's having a grand old time.
Well, John and Christiane, what about you guys? What are you looking forward to next year, or hoping happens next year?
Looking for. Do you want to go first? Yeah.
No, you go.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Well, kind of a mix of things. Like I think we definitely have found out that things won't go back to normal as normal was defined, but earlier this year. So a good thing about that is we've had time to reflect on what we want to do and really just kind of solidify what that is. So instead of just kind of waiting for the next thing to come, it's like, all right, yeah, sure, let's go in this direction. We had a lot of time to really reflect on like, this is what we want to do. This is the direction we want to go in towards. So I'm much more hopeful about that as things open up. And instead of just waiting, just trying to do things now as we can.
Okay.
Yeah, there is like definitely a lot of grief, you know, and like a lot of mourning, like when we kind of like started quarantine, because for us personally, like we were planning on traveling a lot this year, and especially since like with our short film. Short film Alvin, like we were in a bunch of film festivals this year, and they either got canceled, postponed, or they were all online, which was like great, you know, when they were online. But we were planning on traveling to those different destinations and like kind of like starting that part of the career of our creative career, you know. And so because that didn't happen, like I took a lot of time to like slow down and like reflect on like how do I pivot, you know, for next year. And so for next year, we're not going to be doing as many sets or movies and stuff, but like, you know, I did sign up for example, like a couple of illustration classes, or I'm like thinking about doing some, you know, good socially distanced photo shoots or something like that, you know, just trying to figure out like how can I reintroduce creativity or like art into my life fully, despite the circumstances. And that's some kind of tough problem solving, but I think like finally like really realizing like we can reset a little bit, like whenever you're ready to reset. Let's figure it out.
Yeah, that's great. I know, you know, for myself, it's been, even though I can look back and talk about analytics and numbers and interviews that I've done and all this kind of stuff, that when I look back to like, what have I actually created? Not much. And that's the part of me that's missing. And I kind of finally figured it out. It took me, 9 months to figure that part out. That, yeah, it's great writing reviews of films. It's great doing interviews. And it's actually, you know, an actual skill set to be able to interview somebody in the right way and be able to make them comfortable and get things out of them and all that kind of thing. But when it comes down to like something from scratch, it's like, I don't really have anything that I've done during this time. And I think that's why I started grabbing my guitar a bit and like, let me try to create something. And I had these riffs and I had stuff on my phone that was like listening back to the riffs that I had from like 6 months ago and trying to put something together, because this coming year, it's like, yeah, we're going to move right into 2021. It's going to be exactly how we have it right now, but hopefully it ends better than this year ends. But at the same time, it's like, okay, so Mark, what are you going to try to do? Because eventually, like some bands will be on tour, maybe in Europe or whatever, maybe not here in the States yet, or who knows. And there's going to be this weird transition of like, I could still do this some of the time, but then maybe someone will actually come here to town that I can actually maybe talk to them 6 feet apart, or, you know, whatever it is. And I'm good with all of it. So it's like, how do I make this all work? And then also feel like I'm actually creating, because sometimes I feel like I'm just kind of regurgitating stuff and I'm not really creating something from scratch. So like, I want all of those pieces together. And like I said earlier, still having a roof over my head and still, you know, paying my bills. So there's all these kind of boxes that at times I'm kind of excited about it, because I think it is a bit of a reset, that things won't go back to what they were. But at the same time, it's kind of nerve wracking too, because it's like, I'm somebody that wants to know what's coming up. I want to know what things are like. And this year's taught me, like, you're not going to get that. So just get used to it. But with this transition piece, it's like, I just want to feel good that I'm still helping people, still being artistic, and then somehow bettering whatever I do to another level. I don't ever want to feel like I'm on the same thing. Oh yeah, you did, I don't know, whatever it is, 104 interviews this year. I don't need to do 104 next year, but I want to make sure that I'm doing something better with them. So maybe I do 50, But man, I really started to dig in deep with some of these artists, and they really started to respond to it. Or maybe I do something new that I've never thought about doing. Maybe I make a little video thing, or well, I kind of throw it's too much beer already. But I've been working on a personal project. So there's some other things that could be happening because of some of the connections I made during this time. And I don't want to say capitalize on that, but I guess that really is what it is. It's like, if I know directors and producers and film actors and musicians and opera people and ballet people, and it's like, why wouldn't you try to tap into some of that? So that's what I'm trying to do, and I don't know what that's going to look like next year, but I hope it's something that's pretty fucking grand. That's all I know. And if that means it's just for me and somebody sees it on YouTube and 2 people look at it, that's okay. As long as I feel like, man, look at that thing. I'm so happy and so proud that I did this. That's enough for me. I don't need it to be seen by a gazillion people and, go viral and all that kind of thing. But if I feel like I go through 2021 and I haven't done any of that, it'll be a huge disappointment, and that'll be completely on me. And that's just the way I look at things. I'm always trying to better things. And unfortunately, the Alice folk I think they kind of found that out, that I'm never satisfied. If there was a mistake, I will beat myself up about it, and I won't beat the band up about it. But I'm like, this isn't okay. We should have had that time together about if we're supposed to start at 6. Oh no, it changed to 7. It's like, no, we're supposed to start at this time, and the communication was poor. We need to fix this for next time. And if you don't have that mindset, then you're just going to fall. You're going to fall by the wayside from my point of view. So you have to keep pushing. You have to keep pushing. And eventually, you take a break, you take a breath, because you need that too. You can't push forever, but then you take your break and then you start pushing again. And then hopefully you get what you're looking for from, this thing we call life. So who knows? I guess we need to find out, 12 months from now, if I ever got there, if any of us
we'll
ever
have to do a
got
recap
there.
next December.
Yeah, so here we are, December 2021, doing Fun Table session number 57. So where's everybody
Art
at?
is like both beautiful and difficult in that sense, where you're very much doing it for yourself, but you're the biggest person you disappoint at the end of the day if you don't accomplish like the standards you've set for yourself. And it's difficult to give yourself that kind of leniency. And so I think that's quite like a large feat you've set for yourself, but I also think you have all the tools to accomplish it. And so it'll be exciting to see like what you do, but at the same time, just know that we are all very forgiving of you. And so if you don't achieve exactly what you've set out for yourself, we'll still think it's amazing.
Well, I appreciate that. And based on the test footage I've done so far, I got a long way to go. But I'm just excited that it's something new. And anybody that knows me is like, I don't know where this comes from. I can't like pinpoint it. But I start putting my interest or my focus on something, basically get the fuck out of the way. I mean, I can't let up. I just keep going at it. And Christina knows this. How many photo shoots did I do at Seattle Next Door? How many things have I done as Eclectic Arts? And my friend Lindsay was telling me, Mark, I really appreciate the fact that you actually kind of go for things. I don't think of it that way. It's just like there's some part of me is like, I want to do more. I want to learn more. I want to absorb more things from people. I want to do more interviews. I love talking to creative people because I learn so much from them. And I never look at it as like, you're this level or you're this company or you're this film person. No, it's like everybody has something that you can learn from. And it just fuels me that much more. It's like, so Mark, what are you trying to do now that you have all this inspiration? It's like, okay, well, I'm trying to do this. Okay, well, how are you going to get there? Well, I'm going to pull on this person, this person, this person, this person. And I try to do it in the most respectful way. And I'm sure some of those people are kind of annoyed by me, but at the same time, it's like, as long as I'm transparent about it and I have good intentions, then I don't feel too bad about it. And if they say no, that's okay too. But if you don't ask, you don't get. So you have to kind of keep pushing with things. And I wish I knew where that came from, because it's not, to my knowledge, it's not any part of my family members in my immediate family that I know of, where something just keeps driving and driving and driving and driving me. at the same time, I can veg out for the entire. Well, even tomorrow, I'm going to be watching football tomorrow. I don't give a shit. I'm not going to be. That's a big game tomorrow, 125 with the Seahawks versus the Rams. I mean, that's my big thing. But on Monday, I'm back doing an interview, and then I'm
But
trying
at the same time, I think it's the same like hyper focusedness. Sorry, words.
Yeah,
English is hard.
you speak very well. Both you and Carlos speak very well. You don't do like what I do. I go and ah and all that other kind of stuff. You speak very well.
Yes. This is the one language I speak fluently, so if I can do it well, like.
I always feel like I have to ask Rowan if it's grammatically correct or.
I feel like I grew up reading a lot, and that's my only like step up. I've read a lot of English, and so that helps. But that's it.
No, it's really great. Like hearing your stories. Like it's always really interesting.
Yeah, it's so exciting. I think every time I've done this, it's been with very completely different groups of people, even though I think it's always been like a musical tie with each kind of group of people I've done it with. But I think like dance plays off music and music plays off dance. But even so, it's such a different like approach to the arts that it's always really exciting. In my life, at least, I feel like when I was younger, I had more exposure to different things as opposed to when I was an adult. I think life gets a little bit more focused. And so it's nice to be able to like have different perspectives on things and be able to connect with people in different like related forms that doesn't always quite happen. I don't know, like when we're performing, even I like try to be very mindful to like thank the stagehands and thank our lighting directors and stuff like that. But I mean, there's always a different connection between like crews as there is to like a production, like I feel like the lighting crew is very bonded and like the dance troupe or company or whatever is very bonded. And even though you're a part of the same performance, there's always that kind of like gap that happens between you. And so it's nice to be able to like talk in such an open kind of sphere. I'm happy for the opportunity. It's nice to not be surrounded by dancers all the time. I love them to death, but like I've never thought of myself as like a bunhead, which is like the thought, or I suppose like the term for dancers who are very like
dance 24/7
ballet centric. Like you go home, you watch ballets, you study ballets, you have like your top 5 favorite ballerinas, ballet history. Like I think it's important to know those things, but that's never been me. Like I've always prided myself in not having like an obsessive personality, but I also think in a sense that makes me a little bit ignorant to like ballet history and whatnot.
We had a life outside of
yes.
Anyway,
it's nice to be able to like connect with people who are not just like ballet dancers, like you've seen dance and so you understand it into a sense, but at the same time like you are not inherently dancers, and so it's nice to have like a different group of artists you get to talk to.
Yeah.
Like art is all of the same, but we all express it differently, and so it's nice to be able to talk to people who express it differently.
Absolutely. Yeah. Sometimes I feel like it's hard to talk to people who don't consider themselves creative too, like they actually openly say, oh, I'm not creative. I don't have like these hobbies or whatnot. And I'm
they
like,
have like a small business and they do something and you're like, that's
totally
art.
skills. But yeah, I feel like because John and I have worked in tech for a very long time, so we know a lot of tech people, and it's a very tech, very tech oriented. And there's like certain type of, sometimes a lot of entitlement in certain areas, and
it's part of their identity as well.
Yeah, yes,
directly tied.
And so like when I remember when I told somebody, like I was like, oh yeah, I'm gonna go into design, right? I'm gonna go do something a little bit more creative. They were like, oh, you're never gonna make as much money doing that, and I was like, that's the first thought on your mind. Yeah. So kind of things like that where I'm like, oh, I would rather talk to other creatives because like then at least we can speak kind of a more similar language.
When like I feel like, at least for me, it's so exciting to know someone who like knows the tech aspect of things, because I would not say that I am like technologically fluent at all. Like, I have very minimal tech skills. On my resume, I was like, I know Google Docs and Microsoft Office. Like, those are my skills. And so it's really exciting to know someone who can like create an app or edit a video, or like knows lighting design and can do like the special effects that are like in your mind, but you can't actually like physically do. And so that's really exciting. I'm like, you have all the skills that I wish I knew, but I don't. And you still see the same vision that I do, which is really important. I think there can definitely be a disconnect between people who are very logically minded and people who are creatively minded. Although I do think being creatively minded goes both ways. Like, I think I am logical and then creative, where I think you can also be creative and then logical.
Yes.
Like, I'm mathematically, systematically minded within the realm of creativity, and not like creativity forward. And then I have to figure out how to do something. I'm like, tell me the steps and I've got it.
Well, I think one of the things that like some people do not seem to understand is like you know, dance and art and filmmaking, or, you know, all these like different ways of telling stories and like expressing yourselves is actually very technical. You know, it is extremely skillful and technical. And, you know, there are folks out there who just cannot seem to grasp that. They're just like, they're ignorant to that. And so those are the, you know, those people I like tend to like try to educate them a little bit more about like, this is, you know, it's different. Like, it's a different world, it's a different industry, but it's still really technical, you know, even though it is creative also at the same time.
Yeah. Like, I think we both relate in the sense of like, when we're given full freedom, we're like, oh dear God. There are very creative people who are like, yes, like this is what I've been dreaming for forever. But then it's like, translate your piece. And they're like, as opposed to, I'm like, tell me what you want out of this, like what kind of piece you want, like do you want this kind of thing in the middle and this kind of thing at the end, and then I blossom. But if you give me like full creativity, I'm like, but what do you want? Like,
Yeah,
what do you want? And yeah, so I think people think it's frustrating that there's a lot of black and white in the world, and I wish there was more gray.
yeah.
That's my hope for the future. Gray zone forever.
That's a good note to end on.
Yeah.
Harmony. Yeah.
Harmony.
Yeah, so I know for myself, just, you know, putting what this is fun table number 19, you know, together, that you know, there's some thought put into it. You know, who I try to invite, and you know, some people, because of schedules or there's lack of interest or whatever, you know, can't do things, that I'm still mindful about who do I invite next, because I don't just want to like throw people together and hope just because they're creative that it's going to work, because that's not necessarily a good recipe for success. But I'm just kind of hoping that when I put the right personalities together, and again, this is where, because I've interviewed people other than Carlos, which I need to still fix by themselves, that I kind of know, I get a vibe, you know, some sort of intuition about, I think this person would be good with this person, and this person might be good with this. So if we do a fun table, let's kind of get these people together, you know, like and then, you know, John and Nicole way back when. It kind of seems like it was a long time ago, but that was one of the best ones for me, because I was so entertained by it, and it was so funny and interesting and all that kind of, and it was just the three of us. It wasn't 4 people or 5 people. And then all of them have had a different flavor, but they've all been, I think, somewhat positive. I think maybe people have connected at least through social media or some level of something, and they took something away from it. That's, you know, that's the biggest thing for me. And if it's something small, like, you know, I had no idea that dancers went through this. Okay, cool. That's a great piece to take away from something. Maybe you took away many other things, or maybe even connected on some level. I don't know, because I can usually tell when I'm doing these things that when the connection's happening and when it's not. And for the most part, luckily, you know, knock on wood, it's been kind of a good connection that's happened with people. And again, if that just means that you are now, you know, Instagram friends, you know, hey, great. But if it turns into something, you know, larger down the road, that's like, hey, I want to go see you perform, or I want to see your film, or I want to see your band play, or whatever it is. I've got this music video I'm trying to do, and I need a dancer. what do you think? Or we're going to both be in New York. Let's try to connect and have drinks or something somewhere. That's awesome. And it was never anything more than just trying to bring creative people together, doing these things. That was it. And if anything beyond that, that's a huge bonus.
Next week after this, I've gotten like a couple friend requests after each one, and I'm always like amazed because I'm not huge on social media. I swear I post like 4 times a year on Instagram, like if that. And like every time like someone requests me, I'm like, like really? You want to be friends?
Yes.
Yes. Like this is so exciting. Like, I will be your friend.
I can relate to that, Rowan, because once I started doing the Alice tour and these requests start coming, I'm like, who is this person? Because sometimes it doesn't match who they are in the chat or whatever, and I'm like, oh, that's so and so, and then so I approve them, and then sometimes it's people that aren't in the chat; they're just watching this, and I had no idea. And it's like, oh yeah, I saw that interview you did with so and so. I'm like, oh, okay. Then I approve it. So my numbers have almost doubled since May across all social media because a lot of it because of all this virtual stuff. And it's been
I don't know if it's just because like I grew up without it being that big of an influence. Like obviously MySpace existed, which doesn't exist anymore.
I think it does. Maybe
it does.
But like I was never on MySpace. I just joined Facebook because I'm a baby. But like Facebook and then Instagram, I don't know. I've just never been like a big fan of it. And so it's always exciting when someone's like, oh, let's be friends virtually. I'm like, what? Like, I don't post online. You want to be virtual friends? Like, okay.
Like, I remember when Facebook was just for college students.
Yep.
And then like you had kids on there. I'm like,
what did we watch?
The Social Network.
Oh, The Social Network.
Yeah.
The Social Dilemma is also an interesting one on Netflix, but that's like against social media, so there's that.
Yeah, it's like I was on MySpace, and like that was the coolest thing.
I've seen MySpace, but my parents didn't allow me on the internet until I was 16. It was like, you can see the internet, but you can't be a part of it. At the time, I hated it, but now as an adult, I understand. But they're like, you can't date till you're 16. I'm like, I get it. But at like 13, I was like, but why? But I dated someone at 16 and I was like, don't kiss me. Like, no. And now I get it.
Well, and I think too, like with John and Christiana, that I think like Dusty Chalk, like paid for your stuff through Bandcamp or something.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And it was just kind of like, yeah, you kind of, at least for me personally, I forget, the outreach that starts happening, people that are watching this or that, follow certain things, they start, oh yeah, I want to support this band or support whoever. And you just kind of forget about that kind of stuff. Even like when, donations, which have been few and far between, but when they've come through, for me, it's like, I'm surprised by it because I'm like, oh, that's right. I was asking for donations and something came through. Well, one of the people here on the screen actually donated, which is I'm very thankful for. But yeah, I forget in the fact that Tony sent me a Christmas card that showed up today. I'm like, and he typed out a note, thing. He's a fan of mine and really loves my interviews and all this kind of work. And so glad he, got to see me on the Alice tour and all that kind of stuff. That means the world to me because that's something you can't put a price on.
Right.
Just the fact that I connected with somebody in that way that, again, 9-10 months ago, had no clue who he was. And now I know him very well, and he's won a Blu-ray from me and whatever else I've done. And he loves these fun table sessions. And like he said, he had to go to good night because he was on the East Coast. But he's watched probably, I'm guessing, maybe 90% of the interviews I've ever done. It's like shit, that's a hell of a lot of time to be virtually watching or listening and all that kind of stuff. So I'm so appreciative of that. And again, connecting people with other, especially in this case right now, other local creatives. That's why I was kind of mentioning, what's OBT doing? Were you guys in the Everett one or the Edmonds one? Because people can still buy it and watch it online if they want to, or John and Christiana can. No pressure. I can. And vice versa,
Don't watch it. It's not great. You can if you want.
Their band's Paper Nova, so if you go online and want to listen to Paper Nova's stuff, then you can find them and check them out. And let alone, if you, there's probably a trailer for Alvin, the short film, and all these kind of things. So it's like, put it all out on the table, because we're all kind of coming from a similar, point of view. And I think someone, even if you don't necessarily, it doesn't resonate with you, whatever the person is doing, it's still, you can still respect it. So I think that's always, a great thing. Wow, this has been 4 hours and 12 minutes.
Record?
You know what? I have to check. I think it is. I don't think we've gone.
You know, like the video game voice that it's like, it's a new record. Just like
a new record.
New record.
Well, and I'm just kind of curious about who's still watching this, because it might be my mom.
Your mom has watched every single one I've done, and
I miss you.
I've never met her, but I love her.
My mom, yeah. If it's a live stream that happens like at night, she is tuning in even past midnight.
That's awesome.
I was so surprised when she was still watching one of the fun tables that went past midnight, and she's like, "Oh yeah, I watched the whole thing. Dad went to sleep and all that kind of thing, but I was watching."
I love her so much.
Yeah, I'm very, very fortunate to have some, not just my mom and my dad too, and my immediate family, so supportive of anything that I do. They might think I'm a little off my rocker and a little crazy, but they still tune in and will try to do what they can to help support what I do. So yeah, I'm real thankful and very, very fortunate. So, but for Rowan, Carlos, John, Christiana, thank you so much for taking the time, and anyone that's watching this now or watching this later, thank you for checking things out here. And yeah, I hope you have a good rest of the whatever. Yeah, rest of the year.
3 more days of 2020.
4 days.
Yeah, the rest of what's left of 2020, and then here's to 2021. Being shit, my mom just texted me. Yeah, she said Twitch won't let her chat.
Oh,
he is the one watching.
John, figure it out.
no, John, quickly.
She's in.
Yeah, my mom's been having problems with chat via Twitch, but I don't really know. I think it's user error. But no, thank everybody for doing this. Yeah, I hope you have a good rest of the holiday season and on New Year. And I ain't going anywhere, so we're going to be connecting on some level at some point, and we'll kind of just keep pushing this thing forward and hope for the best.
All right, thank you so much,
Yeah,
Mark.
thanks,
Yeah,
Mark.
thank you so much, Mark. Nice meeting you.
Carlos.
Thank you, everybody, and have a good night. I'll see you soon.
See you soon.
Good. Thank you so much.